buenos días a todos. Yo soy Ángela María Penagos, directora de la oficina de CEPAL, y tengo el gusto de acompañarlos el día de hoy como moderadora de la sesión 5, Fortalecimiento de los ingresos públicos para financiar el desarrollo sostenible. Hoy nos acompañan presencialmente cuatro.
We have 4 speakers, and Abdul Muhit is with us online. So let's begin with our presentation with Vilma Conceição Pinto, who is the director of the Independent Fiscal Institution at the Federal Senate of Brazil. She has a degree in economic sciences from the University of Rio de Janeiro and is a master's in business. And so welcome and thank you. You have 20 minutes.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank you for the invitation to be part of this event, and I apologize for speaking in Portuguese, but I feel more comfortable speaking in my mother tongue. Today I prepared a presentation to explain the tax reform in Brazil. We are going through a process of the modification of the tax system in the country and how this talks to various aspects and then make it more sustainable and also more efficient. So I will begin speaking of the general structure of the tax system in Brazil, speaking of the composition and the level of the Brazilian tax burden, and the reasons why today we need tax reform in Brazil. I'd also like to speak a little about the general outlines of the tax reform in relation to consumption that was passed last year through Constitutional Amendment number 132 of 2023. And in that context, I will speak a little bit about the structure and certain aspects related to sustainability. And so we have the matter of a selective tax, certain aspects that have of concern in relation to social issues. And there I would like to speak about the cashback and also the tax expenditure for basic foods basket in order to reduce the tax burden on the lower income bracket population. And lastly, speak a little bit about the next steps foreseen with the tax reform in Brazil. So, providing a little context to further our understanding regarding the system and the need for the reform, let me see the trends in tax burden in Brazil. We went through a process of systematic increase in this burden in the 90s, and in the year 2000, then it began to stabilize and leveled. Today, considered to be high if in comparison to other countries of Latin America. And there was a relative reduction of 2 percentage points GDP in 2010 through 2014, 2015. It recovered in the period after the pandemic. And the trend is relatively stable throughout this period. Now, when we take a look in terms of the composition of the tax burden, in terms of level, compared to the average of other countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, our burden is fairly high in comparison to the other countries. But when you take a look in relation to the OECD countries, the tax burden is quite similar in terms of level. But when you take a look at the composition of the tax burden, there you see that our tax burden, despite being similar to the OECD average in terms of level, it is very different in terms of the composition, with a country that pays a lot through consumption and less in other areas in terms of the income. So, taking a look at this in this sense, there are certain elements that were considered in our tax reform to try and avoid a greater increase of the tax burden on consumption, without reducing the overall tax burden. Because when you look at the fiscal situation in Brazil, there is in fact a fiscal imbalance, and that needs to be considered. So one of the basic premises of the reform that was recently passed in Brazil is based on that premise, to not increase the level of tax burden that we have today, but reduce the consumption side in order to not affect the lower income bracket population. Now, the reasons why we needed a reform is the complexity of the Brazilian tax system. Today, it is seen as one of the most complex in the world. People have multiple taxes that affect the same tax basis. Some of these are part of the reform, and so you can see that the tax on the industrialized output, the IPI, is affecting the others, apart from the IPI, the PIS, the COFINS, and others, as you see here. So there are multiple regimes, and the incidence is the same. We have other accumulative systems, non-accumulative systems, where you have companies that the presumed income is high, others low, so there are special regimes, general regimes, various different tax regimes. And so the matter of the tax expenditure, when you see the taxation of consumption in Brazil, this today is paid in origin, and then this leads to a fiscal war. And the aim is to get the states to help the companies in their area. But the idea is to make the overall system more efficient. There is also a reduction of the basis for calculation. Brazil is a very large country in terms of territory, and also the states and municipalities do have a federative autonomy. But today we have 5,568 municipalities, and each one with their own legislation in terms of service taxes, federal, state, and municipal legislation. So in terms of taxation of consumption, this is high. And so overall, this adds to the complexity of the overall system. So we need a reform. So this is perceived not only by academia, by the government, but also by the taxpayers. So we did a survey by the National Industrial Confederation, and they asked in relation to the Brazilian tax system. in terms of the number of taxes, the simplicity, stability of the rules, transparency, taxpayer rights and guarantees, and legal certainty. So you can see here that in all items that were addressed by the survey, we have a very poor perception in relation to the current tax system. The second diagram here shows the tax rules edited from 98 through 2020, separating the federal ones, the state ones, and municipal ones. Municipals in that period totaled 249,241 different rules related to tax matters. So, as you can imagine, it is each day more difficult to operate within the system. So, the tax reform was passed with a constitutional amendment, and that seems to simplify the tax system, focusing on consumption without changing the level of the overall tax burden. So, the main changes were the extinction of, sorry, she is repeating that the idea is to not change the overall burden. So the main changes are extinction of 5 taxes that affect the consumption of goods and services, as you see here. Then of the different levels, federal, state, and municipals. And then the creation of a tax on goods and services. One is a tax on goods and services, which is state and municipal, and also there will be a CBS, which is a contribution on goods and services, which is a federal tax. And when the taxpayers go to pay, they pay as though it were a single VAT. But when it comes to distributing the revenue, it is one part that goes to the union and the others go to municipalities. In addition to that, within the tax on goods and services, which is state as well as municipal, people will have another subdivision within the state share, and also the share that goes to the municipalities. Each municipality, each state, and the union will be able to determine their own aliquot, tax aliquot. You have one which is a reference aliquot, as you can see here, which were estimated by the Ministry of Finance. This reference aliquot, today called 26.5%, will not affect the overall tax burden, but the result is this. So within this context, the taxpayer pays 26.5%, and then they pay this, of this 26.5, 8.8% is the aliquot for the union, and 17.7 goes to the states and municipalities. And so of the 17.7% is divided up. Since each one is autonomous to determine their own aliquot, if it is not, if a certain aliquot is not assigned, it can be used by the municipality as they best prefer. So, and others have increased the aliquot. So it's a political issue. When a particular entity decides to increase their reference aliquot.
Sobre a questão da transição, né?
So if we're talking about transitions, this was a constitutional amendment of the tax return. It was actually adopted last year. So this year and next year, we will be addressing the regulations under the tax reform. A regulatory project has already been submitted for the new tax system. There are some existing laws, and then they're also developing the actual systems that will enable implementation of this new tax system. So this year and from now until 2026, we will be going through this transition, moving towards a reduced aliquot on goods and services and a gradual reduction on the taxes when compared to the current system. And to the extent that this increases, the individuals will see a reduction in the proportion of their tax burden. Their previous taxes will be replaced. And again, this transition will be in place until 2032. This will be a gradual implementation, gradual reduction of existing taxes and transition towards the new taxes applicable to value added. And then the new tax system will be fully effective in 2032. Therefore, in the meantime, we have both systems coexisting. We are calculating the referential aliquot and the referential tax burden. So that's generally speaking, that is a brief description of the reform. Dual VAT. There are other interesting characteristics of the system. For example, we now have an excise tax, which will have an impact on goods and services that bring about negative external factors. For example, environmental on the environment and on the health sector. For example, certain vehicles that emit pollutants or other products related to smoking, tobacco control as well, mineral goods, extracted goods, oil, etc., or very sugary drinks, because of course this may also bring about harm to our health. And then alcoholic beverages, there are very specific rules, and the additional value of the excise tax is something that will be implemented through regular legislation. Now, there's another aspect related to this system, and that is that today there is a concern. We have this tax reform, it's thought that the tax burden is regressive, and there are concerns related to the low-income sector and the tax burden, the tax cost that this will have for them. So given that context, as far as the tax reform is concerned, there are two instruments. We have cash back for low-income groups, and as a result, there's just a single registry that includes all of the households and individuals who receive social benefits from the government, as well as individuals who are on the government database relative to that system, and the database contains information on the low-income population. Therefore, the idea is that there will be a family income. There will be a single wage system. And anyway, these individuals will receive cash back. With regard to the taxes they pay, 100% will be from CBS for the purchase of residential gas, 50% of the CBS for electricity, water, and other utilities, and 20% of the CBS and IBS on other products, except for those products for which there is an excise tax. Another issue is the basic products that form part of the basket. There are two types of aliquots relative to this. We have the aliquot 0 for certain products such as rice, beans, products that are consumed by low-income households. And then there is another basket, which is a wider basket that includes other products such as, well, other products, and there's a slightly reduced aliquot. It's not entirely reduced like it would be for the basic basket of products. And that is how it would be carried out. So how would we compare so we have that benefit and the cashback or the rebate for the population. Then we also have a tax reform applicable to consumption taxation, and this contributes to having a simpler and more efficient current tax system. The goal is not to reduce the tax burden, again, because we know that Brazil has one of the most complex taxation systems in the world. So the idea is to simplify it so that we can have greater economic productivity as a result of this simplification. And then the constitutional amendment foresees additional opportunities with regard to this tax reform, for example, consumption taxation. But people believe there are other issues that need to be corrected and prioritized. The tax reform already considers the fact that the government needs to submit tax reform proposals for income tax and reforms relative to wage policies. There could be an increased tax burden, and if there is, that increased burden could be considered compensation in order to reduce taxation on wages or taxation on consumption of goods and services. And that's all I have for you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vilma. Yes, thank you for sticking to the schedule and for being so descriptive with regard to your presentation. Thank you. Now I would like to introduce you to Oscar Cetrangolo from the University of Buenos Aires and a good friend of ECLAC. You have 20 minutes. Thank you. Thank you to ECLAC for continuing to invite me. I'm a bit concerned. It seems as though Ricardo and I are the oldest ones here with the wealth of experience. I have a presentation today on the contributory financing, and this has something that has been discussed for quite a while now. That is the relevance of having a contributory financing system for Social Security, yes or no, pros and cons, and in some cases, with regard to, this has been key for health, relative to expanding coverage, and then there's an issue of competitiveness, and this is a topic that has been addressed significantly over the last few decades. In some cases, this was aimed at gaining more income for the business sector, and there is something this has also been addressed to seek greater coverage for social protection. Now, there is a document where we address the situation globally. We assessed different countries, their experiences. Some are in favor of, some are against. Anyhow, this is a document that talks about the state of the art of the situation. I would like to refer to the quantitative aspects and the situation per region. I will provide arguments for and against contributory financing, and I will come up with this best type of typology, if you will, of cases where contributions were reduced. And we can refer to the different reforms and the results, the consequences of said reforms. We will address the evidence and the studies that have been conducted. And I will wrap up with some final comments. Now, with regard to the situation, here we have income based on contributions from Social Security. The highest are in Europe because they have a broader Social Security system and less labor in a smaller informal sector. You can see in Latin America how we are under the global average, although growing in recent years. As far as a percentage of the total income, we can see that these differences are buffered, if you will. And we are closer to the average here. Here you can see the structure of the Social Security contributions and tax revenues by region. This is helpful information for what we're talking about right now and for what we will talk about later as well in Latin America with regard to the importance of consumption taxes. They're very low, in fact, and we have low income taxes as well. This is the same, but broken down by type of income. I'm going to go through some of these the slides quite quickly. And here we have the rates, the contribution rates, or the aliquot by region. Again, we can see that Latin America is close to the average, lower than Europe, of course, and this is the situation. So what are the arguments generally used today for and against contributory financing, the most common arguments? Let's say that, obviously, based on theory, one can see that, well, there's a wealth of literature, and the impact really depends on supply and demand, and essentially depends on one factor, and that is how workers perceive the use of these contributions. Now, to the extent that a worker feels that the contributions are for a deferred wage in the case of pensions, or a different type for health, they consider this part of their wages, and they really and there shouldn't be an impact on the lack of demand. And anyhow, we need to delve into that a bit more carefully, but it really depends on how each Social Security system works and the extent to which the workers feel that this is either a deferred or in-kind wage. Now, these issues are addressed in the document. I'm not going to go through them. I think it's quite obvious that if we review the literature, we can see there are many attempts at reform, because some believe some systems are better than others. But in any event, as far as justifications are concerned, for the contributory system, there are historical examples. For example, there have been attempts to link the benefit with the contribution for quite a while. It wasn't even considered part of the tax burden because it was considered to be a contribution system based on beneficial criteria. There are countries where this is calculated separately from the tax burden. And then obviously the support is related to how the Social Security system is organized. So there are arguments in favor of replacing, and that's what this document talks about this, and their basic justifications for replacing the contributions. And these are essentially related to the idea that high contributions would be incentive for labor market informality. And there's the idea that you can have a more balanced system if it were funded differently, more equal system. But that, of course, it depends on the type of services, Social Security services we are talking about. I'll talk about that later. And obviously, there's an issue related to how one addresses the overall risks of a Social Security system. Again, the beginning of the system focused on the contributory aspect. This has evolved over time, and there are some issues that are clearly justifiable in terms of the contributory system, although it does not include coverage of the informal economy.
And there are strong arguments to say that whoever pays in will have a deferred wage and the others will be unemployed. And so this affects another issue that has been analyzed a lot here. This does not imply that they must ignore other population groups, but clearly the population that did not pay in should have nevertheless a right to some sort of service, but not financed through these taxes. So there is fiscal space there when countries mix the two, and there is a crisis in the contributory system because basically they need to assist those who did not pay with money paid in by those who did. And I think that this is a very different case, which is the medical insurance. There is a long tradition in the sense that there is no justification why a formal employee and their family should have a better medical care than someone who is unemployed. And so the e-health systems in Europe show this. Unfortunately, in the region, our systems were born and developed in a fragmented fashion, and there is a major fragmentation in health coverage. But there have been significant reforms in recent decades. Of course, Costa Rica, Brazil, Uruguay, maybe the most successful, and also Colombia, to try and harmonize coverage, combining or replacing the mode of financing. But health is a very specific issue, and in fact, the quantitative analysis of the relation between informality and coverage, which we did, we left aside health coverage because if we included health, we would have to make considerations of each type of benefit in Social Security and health that was impossible to do. And so that is what this table shows, where we try to imagine the most reasonable type of financing for each benefit. Well, aside from the argumentations around the world, we find many situations where there was a progress made in this area. So, reviewing the cases, we defined a typology of cases. We found 5 case types. If anyone knows of something different, well, welcome. But what we found was the reduction of contributions during structural reforms of the pension systems, which is the most usual and logical. And obviously, when you go from the pay-as-you-go to the contributory one, you go from pay-as-you-go to capitalization, and this implies a reduction in the contributions, and this leads to a major impact. Here we have the cases. Chile in 81, I think, was the most interesting, but then there are privatizations in another 13 systems in Latin America of different types. There are 14 in Eastern Europe and 2 in Africa, at least that we found. But the interesting thing is that based on 18, there are 18 countries that reformulated their systems, returning to the pay-as-you-go, and is showing that this sort of reform had serious issues, coverage on the one hand, but basically the fiscal impact. States lost financing for a system that they had to continue to finance, and this led to very special issues. The second case, which is a special case, special and very typical to Argentina, which were a cut in the contributions on account of inflation. As you know, Argentina has had a very high inflation. We have many programs to combat this, but in two very special situations during the military government in the late 70s and then during the democratic government in the 90s, the dollarization of the economy. This did not do away with the inflation. There was a residual inflation, nevertheless, which meant that they lost competitiveness in areas of trade production, and the two governments greatly reduced the contributions based on wages as a way of reducing the labor cost in dollars without affecting the nominal wage. And this led to serious fiscal issues. And there is also one case that we found in another country. I don't remember which one it was, but I think that basically this is a case of Argentina. It's unexplainable. It cost me a lot to make the graph, but I find it so beautiful, so I had to show it. But each area, that is since 1990 to date, the aliquot paid in for each service, pensions, health, housing, unemployment, each color is something, and the black is the average, because there were some cases when there were differences by region, and the red dots are informality. So, if you can see it, there are two major drops, which were the two processes, Martinez-Veos and the dollarization of the economy. And clearly, you see that these were periods when informality grew due to other components. But of course, it did not depend on that, but other considerations affecting the economy. And the third case, here, yes, there's a lot, contributions for specific groups. If you want to benefit the employment for a certain group of workers or regions, and here we have a number of cases, there's a lot there and still a lot still valid, quite normal. Women's employment, youth employment, this was prioritized. This was a sort of a subsidy for the first job. Now, the fourth case, well, there are cases of a drop in or cutback in contributions where there's no real explanation as to why. But there was a wide reform, and there is a reduction of the contribution. Here we showed three cases in former Soviet Union countries, and that we found interesting, and throughout the two first decades of this century moved ahead. Uzbekistan, Georgia, and Kazakhstan. And lastly, the most recent contributions during special situations. During COVID, there were many cases of subsidies and different formats. Sometimes subsidies, sometimes payments that were suspended, exemption of payments in certain wage segments, and so exemptions. So it's not a reduction of the payment, but there must be a bridge between COVID and Social Security, and these are cases when the workers were authorized to withdraw part of their payments or their capital. In the medium term, it's something similar to a reduction in contributions because it ends up by underfinancing the system. And so the evidence we found, well, what we also did was to review all the studies that we found in the world of the literature. So much econometry used to study these cases. In some specific situations, many countries that did studies, here we have the summary of all the studies that we reviewed, and clearly there isn't no conclusive evidence that there's an impact on the reducing informality or a rise in employment. Couple of cases where there's something, but not conclusive. And clearly, in the others, it is non-existent. We did a regression study for 83 countries linking the share of informal employment and clearly there is no evidence of any impact. But what we do see as a collateral effect is there is a major impact between informality and revenues. The higher the informality, the lower the revenues. That, yes, is clear. Now, well, that is what we did. And so the evidence clearly shows that there is no evidence and that this could be proven. And there is no gain in employment or reducing the rates of formalization. So the conclusion is clearly from after reviewing the literature in these cases. Now, when we did the study, here we have different colors by region, the ratio between the payments and overall employment. This diagram must be seen carefully. I'll leave you with it, but we could spend quite a time reviewing where each country stands and so on. But what you see here clearly are these clouds of colors differentiating Central Europe, Latin America in red, Africa in another color. And so now, reaching the end, my final comment. Basically, what I have been saying, that unfortunately, informal employment is a main feature of our economies, and we have long lost hope of reducing this. When we say that informality is a phenomenon of the recent decades, in fact, what appeared was that our hope of it disappearing was lost. We know that informality is part of our life. I would say that you must be careful with a number of matters. The first is the fiscal issue. Fiscal issue and equity, two aspects that should be taken into account. One, whenever you reduce contributions in systems that have acquired rights, this will lead to is a major fiscal impact. You will be losing financing for benefits that the state must continue to provide. And if it has no fiscal space to replace one thing with another, you have a serious issue on your hands. In Chile, this happened with copper. And the other and most important thing is that if we're thinking of increasing informality, the truth is that my advice would be is keep those who have coverage financed with contributions in an account that is sustainable and that does not require contributions by the general funds, because we need that to pay for the benefits for those who in informality. Because if they don't pay in and you use general financing to cover the benefits for those who don't pay in, well, in the short and medium term, we would not advise abandoning this financing, especially in regions such as ours where there's so much difficulty to collect. So that is it. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Oscar. Very interesting presentation. And I think a lot of food for our debate. Now, we will be addressed by Alejandra Macia Sanchez, who's Executive Director, Center for Economic Research and Budget Research in Mexico. Go ahead, Alejandra. Welcome. You have 20 minutes.
¿No? Ya.
Gracias.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Daniel and Noel for the invitation to speak here at ECLAC and in order to share with you what we are doing at the Research Center. I would also like to thank some of the researchers who have worked with us on this project, specifically those investigating, researching gender. Now, during the entire seminar, we have heard mention of the care economy and that this is an issue that needs to be addressed. That's why I will delve deeper into that and talk about how we can fund this system. First of all, I will talk a bit about the key concepts of the care system. Then I will refer to why we are interested in focusing on this research study, what we aim to achieve, what we have learned, and in the end, I will refer to how we believe that we will be able to secure the necessary funding. Now, when I talk about care, I often see that this is a concept that is not fully understood as the same by all people. In other words, these are conversations that are not occurring everywhere. When we refer to a care system, we are essentially referring to a national care system, but what is care? So here we have a definition, general definition, that care refers to the necessary activities for the daily survival of individuals in the society in which we live. This entails self-care, direct care, providing the necessary conditions relative to indirect care and care management. So this includes different activities. For example, even thinking about what we are going to cook for dinner or going to the supermarket to make sure that everyone has a nutritious, balanced diet. This also involves keeping your house clean. These are indirect care activities. For example, when you have a child or an adult that is dependent or reliant on you, or you have a family member with disability, this is what we call the care diamond. And there are 4 key players involved in the care diamond. 4 key stakeholders with care responsibilities, and these are the family, the market or the private sector, the state, and community care. At present, the care activities are concentrated under the family component and primarily with women bearing the greatest responsibility. So these stakeholders need to interact, and they do interact. And as a result, they bring about care activities and distribute the care activities. So when we consider a policy related to a care system, the policy should be at the core of this diamond and should include 5 R's, the 5 R's of the economy of care. 1, to recognize, another, and that involves measuring and valuing care work. The second one is reduce, and that is to reduce the time and effort related to the care activity. The third R is redistribute, and to have policies that balance the care burden among the different stakeholders that I previously identified. And 4, remunerate, to ensure that care activities involve more formal employment with better pay and with dignified care tasks. And 5, represent. This is related to the individuals, the caregivers, who take part in formulating public policies. Generally speaking, when we think about care activities, we think about who we are caring for, but we tend to not consider who the caregivers are. In that regard, I think there's this new movement that we saw gain more strength and drive during the pandemic, when we recognize that women bear a dual burden, and that has been helpful in placing female caregivers at the heart of this discussion, and this also brought up the gender perspective. So when we think of a care policy, it's important to consider gender perspective. It's important to consider that value component, if you will. So why are we doing this? What is our aim? We would like to have a national care system that is fiscally responsible with and based on a rights perspective that includes the population that does not have Social Security, that promotes intergenerational equity, that provides care services that redistributes care, and that fosters the inclusion of women in quality jobs. So there are many challenges involved here. And it also refers to how the care policy has multidimensional impacts and has an effect on different aspects such as the economy, productivity, the gender perspective, and that it is also related to these circumstances that we are experiencing and that we have discussed throughout the entire seminar. For example, aging. We see that the percentage of elderly in our population is growing, and also this involves longevity, precisely because the percentage of the elderly in our populations is growing, and it's likely that we will all live longer, and so this age group will be growing in size. So there will be fewer young people and children and more elderly who may live longer with chronic degenerative diseases, and this as such will bring about greater demand for care services, and this in the end translates into significant fiscal challenges given the spending required for health sector, for care issues, and this also involves investing more in early childhood. Now this graph essentially summarizes what the previous slide was describing, and that we need to take into consideration these aspects, primarily the financial or fiscal sustainability of these actions related to social protection. We also need to address this somewhat separately from a health or pension system or private care. So care as a social protection system would consist of the following elements. First, it would have programs to guarantee access to services, social support and care, legislative and policy reform, and social transfers. And this would have to be carried out on the basis of two key concepts. One is co-responsibility. Co-responsibility among the four stakeholders in the care diamond, as well as funding. That's very important for any public policy to, first of all, exist, and to, second of all, secure its stated objectives. What have we learned? Well, the lack of a national care system does have an impact on family dynamics and on women. Women allocate twice as much time as men do to care activities, and the graph shows how women in the second and third deciles spend more time on care activities than women in the higher income deciles do. So again, this makes it necessary for us to move towards a care policy. What have we learned? Again, this refers to data from Mexico. We do not have a health system per se in the country, and I think several countries in the region have the same. And we have, well, the federal budget does have certain components for care programs, and we have two budget programs where 0.7% of the schedulable spending is invested in that, and this has dropped in real terms by 21.7% when compared to 2017. Now, it's important to redesign a care system not based on these types of programs, because as I mentioned, these programs are located within Social Security institutions and they only service those individuals working in the formal sector. So we would be ignoring those individuals without Social Security, and these are likely the individuals who require this type of policy more than others. Now, we have also learned that the fiscal system is not gender neutral. Women contribute less to the fiscal system, and this is precisely because women take part much less in the labor market and in the formal labor market. For example, in OECD countries, Mexico is the country where women are less engaged in the formal labor market. And we also know that as a result of this, women contribute less to taxes when compared to men, income tax, and there is a gap that could be compensated by way of incentive for women to join the labor market. As far as the value-added tax, it's similar. Now, as far as contributions are concerned, benefits are concerned, because women take part less in the fiscal system, the benefits received by women are less and they're focused on men. Now I will refer to financing. We believe that the financing should consist of the following combined elements. For example, through general revenue, general tax collection by the country. Second, through insurances. Third, through solidarity funds. And fourth, through fiscal stimulus. Each of these components involves certain considerations. The first one refers to federal and subnational tax revenue collected. With regard to insurances, these would be contributions made by the individuals prior to requiring care services. And the third fund refers to mixed funds that combine different sources of resources, such as insurances, specific taxes, or payment to families. And the fourth element refers to incentives or fiscal stimulus that would allow for reducing the amount of taxes paid in order to provide more incentive. I will provide some examples of each of the different sources of financing. The first would be vehicle ownership. This is a tax that exists to a certain extent at the subnational level. It's discretional. In other words, the federal entities charge this quite differently. The subnational entities charge this quite differently. Some don't charge. In any event, this would be a tax that would be across the board with certain across the board components. It would be a progressive tax that would be charged on more expensive vehicles. And secondly, it would include an environmental component. There would be an exemption for electric or hybrid vehicles. And again, these eventually will be vehicles that will be polluting. So this environmental component should be included. And then this allows us to meet the cross-cutting components that we have referred to in this seminar. For example, climate change or some type of environmental related action, as well as the gender component that I will talk about later on. And that's related to the third component, which would be the infrastructure component. In the end, there are certain vehicles, although we have all types of cars, makes, and models, and these all have an impact on the infrastructure. So this is an example of a tax that could be rethought and would allow for revenue to fund a care system. And with regard to the additional considerations, this is interesting because it's not just about the taxes, but this is related to transportation, for example. I thought this was quite poignant because there are different aspects of each tax tool that allows us to difference between men and women. And it's important to understand the taxes from that perspective because that will enable us to include these perspectives and increase our level of fairness. And with regard to the care system, for example, women's activities are related to the care system. We drop off our children, we go shopping for the family, etc. We have care activities. So with regard to ownership, vehicle ownership, well, we're looking for the data, but we really don't know which gender uses the vehicles more or who owns them. But that would be one way to differentiate how the tax is paid. Now, the second example refers to the care system in Germany. This was something that really jumped out at us when we conducted an assessment on Social Security quotas in Mexico. We conducted an international comparison, and in Germany, we saw specifically that they have a care tax where a care system where the children, individuals without children pay a higher quota.
And this, it is assumed that the family will care children and mostly the women. So what issue could we find with this insurance? The informality, because less people could be in this situation, and also the wage level, at least in Mexico, that has already increased. It is true, but it's still low in order to increase contributions significantly. And I believe that this sort of proposal, well, continues to make women more responsible for care without receiving any form of retribution. And so lastly, this concept, child and dependent care credit in the US, CDCC, to cover the cost of caring for children or dependents if you need to pay for someone to do this. And this is another system to incorporate to the fiscal system incentives to include these elements. And above all, deduct something for care. This is applicable to people with children, persons whose spouse is unable to care for themselves, and say someone who lived with a person that requires further care. So these are all elements around the table that could be discussed in depth to see a proper care system. And the discussion about creating it and designing it should be done later on. So then, final remarks. The care system is a policy that has an impact on various dimensions, economic, productive, and mental health of the caregivers, to try and closing the gap between men and women, among other aspects. And when we design a care system or a policy of this type, we need to pay attention, as they say in my country, the waters, with incentives that could be created. A care system must include the gender approach and put caregivers first, and also should avoid replicating biases in the pension and health systems. And I think that the learning of how these two systems have developed in the system, well, we need to consider this if we're going to have another social protection system of this type. And of course, this implies a fiscal reform that includes the incidence of different population groups based on age and gender in order to close the gaps between men and women and among generations. We've discussed a lot regarding the expenditure in pensions, what are the priorities of governments is, and a population that is not priority is early childhood. And what we need is to have a fiscal reform that is fairer in every sense. So that is it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alejandra. You've kept to your time. And so we're all really respectful. And now we will be addressed by Dalmira Moran, an Argentine economist specializing in taxes and fiscal regimes for countries of Latin America, and is a consultant of both ECLAC and CIAT, and also the IDB. So thank you very much, Dalmira. The floor is yours. You have 20 minutes. Good morning, and thank you very much. Before beginning, of course, I would like to thank Daniel, Noel, and the people in the economic division for the invitation. This is for me always a pleasure to be here. Let me begin my presentation because when I was thinking of the 30, I heard a word Daniel said yesterday. I said, well, isn't 2032 soon? The 2030 agenda, we set that here as a name to meet a series of goals, and that today, well, 2030 seems very near. But if we are ambitious and optimistic in our messages, and let's see, at least to begin these transformations during this time, I would like to speak to you for what I consider to be common challenges of the policy as well as the tax administration today, how they relate, and the relevance of this relationship between the two. My presentation is going to somehow supplement presentations as those given by Alejandro yesterday and today, given Savalde, and I will end with some comments on the design of tax reforms and certain aspects to bear in mind in tax reforms in this context for the region. So allow me to begin with an anecdote. As several here know, I, for 10 years, had the joy of working with Gonzalo Gomez Javarini, who used to be part of the seminar. And in one of the first moments, he always repeated a definition that I would like to share with you. How can you see in the indicator, the most representative one that we know of taxation, the tax burden, how you can see both dimensions involved and that make up the indicator? On the one hand, the definition of the tax base based on the output of each country, and of course the definition of the aliquots applied on that base, which is somehow what the tax policy deals with, as we would say here. But additionally, we have the matter of tax administration, how you collect your taxes, and the tax basis as determined by the policy. And why do I want to begin with this? Well, because as I believe, or everyone knows here, many tax reforms have found issues and failed when these two dimensions have not been properly coordinated. So a tax policy, ideally too ambitious, for example, we know that direct taxation is a weakness in the region for a long time, and for decades, different tax administration restrictions prevented moving ahead with reforms to this sort of taxation in order to strengthen the role of direct taxation. Likewise, tax administration restrictions sometimes go against progress in terms of tax policy, especially to provide greater progressiveness and collection. So I would like to take this into account. And give a brief review of what has what has happened with the tax systems in the region in recent years. Until 2019, we saw an overall increase in the tax burden in the region. 2020 was the pandemic year where almost all countries suffered a significant loss in revenue, and the rebound in 2021 and 2022, as I said yesterday, already collections and the tax burden do not show much growth, but it's practically stable, same as in 2021. And there is some data that we already have on collections that I will share with you now, where we would be reaching a certain stagnation and in certain cases a drop in revenue. So what this shows, and bearing in mind the comments and the slogan that appeared yesterday, it is clear that to expand fiscal space, the only way out for this region is greater growth, and growth affects revenue levels, and we all know that different countries have different degrees of elasticity, but somehow growth could contribute to increasing the revenues. But of course, what you require is tax reforms so that these greater revenues needed be more stable over time and also not be so volatile, given the regional changes in context. The typical structure is maintained for years now with the strengths and weaknesses commented on yesterday. We know of the weight of taxation, indirect taxation on consumption. We know what happens with the personal income tax. And I'm going to share some data with you now. And we always have this comparison with the OECD statistics that somehow serve as a benchmark as to how far we are from those levels. Well, and then we can discuss if some countries, or rather, if it is still convenient to look at those values or figures, because maybe they're too high and ambitious in some cases. So, here, for example, you can see the data on equivalent fiscal pressure, as Santiago Diaz mentioned yesterday. And as I was saying, the growth of the tax burden, the drop in 2020 and recovery in 2021, and that is supplemented with the maintenance of the level in 2022, as was shown yesterday with the tax statistics for this year. And in terms of structure, as I was saying, and what we know already, the gaps that we have with developed countries. Although progress has been made in the three pillars that today make up the collections of practically all countries in the region, we do know that those figures on average hide a heterogeneity for all countries. I'm not going to get into the details here, but I would like to speak in general. But I cannot not mention the heterogeneity, especially when we're speaking of reforms, because the needs differ and the possibilities are also different for different countries. But if we take a look at the three pillars, as I was saying, income tax, consumption taxation, especially VAT, and contributions to Social Security, and basically the two most important gaps here with regard to the OECD average is direct taxation and contributions. The level of VAT, here we are on average similar to developed countries, and even with other quotes, close to those in several of those countries. And here, I don't know if you can see this, but there's a lot of information here. But this appears with the collections report drafted by SEAT regularly. And there you have preliminary data for 2023. And you can see, based on the colors, easily you can check this. In 2019, no, he corrects himself. In 2020, the drop was almost unanimous on account of the pandemic. And then we have the major recovery in 2020, and that continued, but somehow leveled off in 2021, and then we began to see drops in the level of collection. This is expressed in constant values. So somehow it considers the inflation impact. Here we can see that in 2023, we already have some signals of a certain overall slowdown. In fact, on average, we see that collection would not be varying, but even dropping slightly. And then, of course, when we have the tax burden figures with the level of output, these could vary slightly, but we are seeing that we're well, I would say that this is probably the feeling of several attendants here. As we felt in 2019, that we believe in a level of collection that without a tax reform, it would not be possible to increase the level of collection. And so we would not be able to increase our revenues and would not have fiscal space. So here I've summed up in my considerations the major tax policy challenges. The weakness of personal income tax, the prevalence of indirect taxation, that generally mean that the system is regressive on account of the individual impact and also the overall tax input.
The lack of direct taxes on wealth or inheritance. And then there are other issues that are cross-cutting in terms of tax policy that have an impact on all of the aspects. For example, we have mentioned the issue related to the informal sector and how tax systems have tried to address this phenomenon with different approaches and with some strategies that are not always, in the end, the best strategies in terms of resource generation, in terms of the progressive nature. For example, practically in all of the countries in the region, except for very few, there are no simplified regimes for small taxpayers, perhaps. And these at the beginning were focusing on a small group of taxpayers. But the problem was that independent workers sector has continued to grow, and these regimes in some of the countries ended up being quite voluminous, if you will, and were not compatible with the general tax system. And that's a problem that many of the countries in the region have faced. So something similar exists in terms of tax expenditures. The tax spending in many of the countries limits effective collection, and these systems have high fiscal costs, and the benefits are not so clearly taken advantage of, or they're simply vague. And then we have tax evasion, which is a structural restriction, limitation of the regional systems, domestically and internationally, especially in terms of the corporate tax and the what we call cross-border evasion that has been the subject of great debate in recent years. I would also like to point out the following. I think we are facing a context in which we still cannot identify a trend regionally we have in previous decades. For example, in the 80s and the 90s, we saw that the reforms were focusing on reinforcing the VAT, and it actually became one of the main components of the country's tax structures. And then at the early at the beginning of the century, there were several reforms that were related to income tax, and one could identify the reforms that set up a dual system, for example, in Uruguay and in Central American countries, in Mexico as well. There was progress in that regard. And today, of course, post-pandemic, we are facing an entirely different context, and we have witnessed very few reforms, and there is not a clear regional trend that would allow us to say that several countries are moving towards said direction or another direction. So what we have seen in terms of tax administration, we can identify over the last 10 years that there have been certain transitions or changes in the tax systems. And this is essentially the argument of the presentation, by the way, that this makes it possible for us to make progress with regard to certain tax directives or guidelines that in the past were considered impossible. So what are these trends? Generally speaking, we mentioned some of these yesterday. For example, electronic invoicing has been implemented widespread across the board in most of the countries. And also this lends itself to having multiple possibilities to foster greater tax collection. And in fact, there are some countries that are making greater progress. In Chile, for example, there has been significant progress in this regard. And so some countries may actually reach a point in which they could consider the pre-filled sworn statement forms that in the end would facilitate tax returns and better collection. And then we also have the same that applies to the risk management models and how tax administrations are aiming their work based on the different types of risk. And then we have technology as well applied to internal controls, traceability, and international controls. This makes it possible to consider reforms for personal income tax, for example, or inheritance or asset tax, equity tax, which in the past was not so feasible. And then we have technological innovation for greater control for different types of processes. And then we have also seen that the HR and ICT budgets have been bolstered. Now, this is related to a study we conducted at the CIA with Santiago Diaz, and we have taken advantage of an information survey that is very relevant called the ISORA survey. We took this information and we converted the information into indexes to identify how quickly these changes are taking place in the countries and what changes are taking place. Here you have the averages, the years in the index, and this is something quite unanimous across the board in the countries of the region. In fact, here we have highlighted some aspects. For example, the use of analytics and data science, mandatory electronic invoicing, partial or total. You can see that in 2019 and 2021, there has been progress across the board as far as these indicators are concerned. In other words, more countries are adopting mandatory electronic invoicing throughout the region, and as a result, this makes many of the countries quite state-of-the-art in terms of their tax systems when you compare these countries to the other countries in the survey. And then electronic payments as well. This is the same. Now, this allows us to consider tax reform that in the past was considered impossible. Now, we took these indices and summarized them or consolidated them. You can see that Latin America and the Caribbean as a region has improved significantly in a very short period of time with regard to these indices. And again, the pandemic had an impact on some of these indicators, for example, as a percentage of the GDP. But generally speaking, Latin America has quickly followed suit in terms of many of these trends. Allow me to close with the following. As far as tax returns or tax reforms are concerned, we do know that there are certain aspects related to the challenges that we have already referred to. I would like to refer to some of the aspects that we have seen in the most recent tax returns, for example, the one in Colombia, one in Brazil, that are perhaps the most recent ones. First of all, we have seen that it's necessary to focus on generating greater revenue and being very careful in terms of the distributive impact and making sure to expand the fiscal space. We also have seen that the time variable is important. It's not as well as the timing of the reform and as well as how quickly the implementation is carried out and the quality or how well calibrated the tax measures are. Particularly if they are ambitious enough to change decade-long structures. The Brazilian example is quite clear, and Vilma referred to how this implementation will be gradual and progressive, specifically to facilitate the transition between two systems. Also, regional cooperation relative to tax policy is key. I would like to point out the role of the platform here, the regional platform that has been mentioned over the last 2 days. And this allows to emulate the experience that emerged more than a decade ago through the BEPS, driven by the OECD, but that has been adjusted to the needs and the logic that governs in our region. That is, and the focus should revolve towards direct taxing, corrective taxing, including the environment and public health, to resolve public health external factors, for example, and then expenditure streamlining, as well as reducing or at least measuring tax evasion. We know that it's high, but we often do not know how high or how serious it is. So I think it's important to insist on this. And I would like to wrap up with this. The coordination between tax policy and tax administration, although it sounds quite logical, I think it's vital for us to move forward with the upcoming tax reforms, because each country has its own needs and its own opportunities in terms of administration. So I think it's important to focus on this. It's crucial because this allows for benefits in terms of cost, effective collection, time management, and how you can foresee tax collection going forward. And post-pandemic, we have seen progress with regard to tax administration. These allow us to envision reforms that in the past seemed to be quite distant or unlikely. And so we have pioneer experiences in the region that provide us with the opportunity to define new trends in terms of tax reform that will allow for increasing the level of public revenue efficiently and equitably. Thank you very much for sticking to the time constraints, and thank you for this presentation that refers to administration and policy.
Welcome Abdul Muhed Chowdhury. He is Senior Program Officer of the Sustainable Development and Climate Change Program, and now he's leading the South Center Tax Initiative. Welcome, you have the floor, Abdul. 20 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Angela. And thanks to Daniel and Noel as well for the invitation to this seminar. I'll share my screen, which I hope all of you can see. Just a minute.
Just a moment, please. Okay, we are seeing. Thank you.
Can you see my screen, please?
Not now, but something is happening. Just a moment, please. Yes, now we are.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So I hope you can see the current slide. Yeah, so in my presentation, I'm going to talk about broadly three negotiations. I hope you can see the UN Framework Convention, International Tax Standards. Okay, so I'm going to continue. So Yeah, so we've heard some of the concerns of the region in those excellent presentations by my co-panelists. And I'm now going to share some of the options for Latin America and the Caribbean in some of the ongoing global negotiations, two of them in the United Nations and one of them in the OECD. So I'll start with a bit about the South Center. It's an
Abdul, sorry, we can see the whole screen. Could you please put that? The whole screen.
Just a minute.
Have to put the presentation mode.
Do you have two screens?
No, there's just one.
Okay, we can see it.
Is it in full screen now?
No, not now. Okay.
Hey Abdul, it's Mariana. If you want, we can take over from here and actually do the presentation on our side. I'm gonna check with our team. So
Okay.
because
Yes,
right
yes.
now we're seeing your screen, but we're not seeing the presentation mode.
Okay. Yeah, that
So
would be
you can
helpful,
just
yes.
let us know when the next slide is
Sure,
going
sure.
on, and
Sure,
atento
sure.
equipo, por favor, cargar la presentación. Gracias.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So the South Center, to just give you a very brief introduction, is an intergovernmental think tank of developing countries created by developing countries. We have 55 member states, and 15 of them are from Latin America and the Caribbean. Next slide, please. We have been actively supporting our member state, Colombia, in the formation of the platform for taxation in Latin America and the Caribbean, and of course, working closely with the ECLAC Secretariat of the PTLAC. And at the South Center, we are first of all committed to supporting the objectives of the PTLAC, which are mentioned here. In particular, I have highlighted two objectives. One is to keep countries informed about the latest developments in international taxation, and to help build unified positions at the international stage on the issues prioritized by Latin America and the Caribbean. Next slide, please. We have undertaken multiple activities with the PTLAC since it has started. We have been doing a lot of briefings on some of the key topics which are being negotiated. So we had done one on the taxation of international shipping and transport. Next slide, please. Another joint webinar on illicit financial flows. And we also partnered with the African Union to have a briefing for the Bureau members on the UN Tax Convention to have a coordination meeting. Next slide, please. We also did an in-person workshop for the PTLAC countries in Bogota last year. And this was on the basics of international taxation. Next slide, please. So we would like to reiterate that the PTLAC is really emerging as a powerful forum for Latin America and the Caribbean, and can really provide a platform for a united voice of the region to influence the international tax agenda. And Latin American and Caribbean countries are really strongly encouraged to actively participate in the meetings of the PTLAC. So first of all, to make better informed decisions on what kind of international tax standards to adopt, to be aware of the full range of policy options beyond just what the OECD might tell you, and to coordinate with like-minded countries to promote shared interests. And from our side, we are really committed to supporting our Latin American member states and to strengthening the PTLAC. Next slide, please. Now, we can see that within a short time, the PTLAC has already started influencing the global agenda. And I'm going to look at the 4 priorities of the PTLAC. One is on progressive taxation. The second is on environmental taxation. The third is on digital taxation. And the fourth is on tax incentives from the Declaration of Cartagena de Indias. Now, we see that these priorities of the region, first of all, it's very welcome that the Global South is finally beginning to articulate its interests. These have already found their way into the UN Framework Convention, which is being negotiated, and we will see how in the next slide. Now, the UN Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation, this is the first and the historic negotiation which is going on. At present, as you may already know, there is an ad hoc committee which is preparing the terms of reference for the UN Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation. These are being negotiated right now. In the first substantive session, this will go on till the 8th of May, and the second substantive session will be from July to August. Next slide, please. Now, here we see that the priorities of the PTLAC are already being actively discussed in the UN terms of reference. So if you see the negotiations right now, there is a discussion on high-level commitments. And the topics for these commitments are the effective taxation of high net worth individuals, including a wealth tax, which is one of the priorities of PTLAC under progressive taxation. Then another topic being negotiated is to ensure that tax measures contribute to environmental challenges. So environmental taxation is also one of the priorities of PTLAC. The equitable taxation of multinational enterprises is another topic which again comes under progressivity. And one of the topics for a potential early protocol is the taxation of cross-border services in a digital economy. And digital taxation is also one of the priorities of PTLAC. Next slide, please. So we can see that Latin America's priorities are already influencing the global agenda, and this is very welcome through PTLAC. Now, this gives you an outline of the draft terms of reference, which are being negotiated. And because of shortage of time, I won't go into too much detail, but you broadly have objectives, principles, and you have substantive elements, and then you have potential protocols and a time frame. Next slide, please. Then you also have the possible structure of the convention itself. What we saw in the previous slide was the terms of reference, but the convention itself would again have a sort of broadly similar structure where you would have objectives, you would have relationship with other instruments, you would have substantive commitments, a review mechanism, exchange of information, capacity building, and the most important part, which is the institutional arrangements. So you would have a conference of parties, a secretariat, subsidiary bodies, dispute resolution, and then procedural elements are also important, how decisions would be made through voting, how amendments would be made, and finally protocols. So this is the draft structure. Of course, it might change because this will now be negotiated, but this is at present what is the draft that we have right now. Next slide, please. Now, if we look at some of the proposals of developing countries as groupings on the Framework Convention, we have three broad proposals which are important. One is by the African Union, one is by the Group of 24, and of course, one is by the South Center. So anybody who is interested in learning more about what developing countries are putting forward should definitely go through these three submissions. Next slide, please. Now, what can Latin America and the Caribbean specifically do? So first of all, we highly recommend to have strong links between the country diplomats in the UN in New York and finance ministries or tax administrations. In the previous presentation, Dalmiro had spoken about the need for better coordination between finance and tax administrations, but stronger coordination between foreign ministries and finance ministries is equally important, especially when it comes to this negotiation. We need to ensure that the diplomats in New York regularly work with tax experts, get briefings as to what the country wants from this negotiation. It's also very important that delegates actually attend the session. And if you can't go to New York, that's okay, because online participation is also possible. And the most important is to actually speak up and say something. And even if that is just supporting what others have said. So this again is very important to actually speak up during the negotiations, because we are seeing that while the developed countries are talking nonstop, developing countries, there are very few of them. I mean, from Latin America, it's only Bolivia, Colombia, Argentina, and Brazil for the most part, and Jamaica and Bahamas, which are speaking. So we need a lot more voices to actively speak in this negotiation, and we need to ensure that voting at all times is the decision-making method, preferably by simple majority or by UN General Assembly rules. So this was with regard to the discussion on the UN Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation. Now, if we look at the other big negotiation, next slide, please. This is in the UN Tax Committee. Now, before we go into what is being discussed, I want to talk about two things which have been finalized. So one is the UN Fast Track Instrument, and the second are the UN Wealth Tax Guidelines. We'll explore them one by one. So next slide, please. Now, the Fast Track Instrument is something which, for the tax experts in the room, it functions like the BEPS multilateral instrument. What that means is, this is one instrument which can update multiple bilateral tax treaties at the same time. I repeat, one instrument can update multiple bilateral tax treaties at the same time. So through this, countries can negotiate together as groups, which is really historic, because right now in a bilateral treaty negotiation, it's only two countries which can negotiate. But through the Fast Track Instrument, it will be possible for groups of countries to negotiate together as blocks. Next slide, please. So let's look at a practical example. So we can see that Ecuador has weak or imbalanced tax treaties with Spain and with France. So this gives you the index of source taxing rights. It gives you a score between 0 and 1. So 0 means no source taxing rights, and 1 means that it has full source taxing rights. So we can see that the tax treaty of Ecuador and Spain has a score of around 0.2. So it's very low. So that means that Ecuador, as a source country, has very few taxing rights in this treaty, and it's mostly beneficial for Spain. And we can see that the treaty with France, again, has a very low score of around 0.3. So again, this is a treaty which is mostly favorable for France. Next slide, please. We can, if you look at Colombia, we can see that Colombia also has imbalanced treaties with Spain and France. The score for the Colombia-Spain treaty is again around 0.2. And the score of the Colombia-France treaty is again 0.3. So both of these treaties are against Colombia's interests. Next slide, please. Now we can see that through the UN Fast Track Instrument, it will be possible for Ecuador to update its treaties with Spain and France at the same time. So they won't need to go to Parliament 2 times saying that let's update the treaty with Spain and let's update. They need to go to Parliament only 1 time, and through that one instrument, they can update the treaties, both treaties at the same time. It's also possible for Colombia and Ecuador together to negotiate with Spain or with France and update both of these treaties. So this can really make a very big difference, because developing countries who have the same interests can come together and negotiate as groups, and can really be a game changer for tax treaty negotiations. Next slide, please. Now, what are the next steps? The UN Fast Track Instrument text has been finalized by the UN Tax Committee, but the UN Tax Committee is an expert body. It's not an intergovernmental body. Now it needs to be converted into a treaty. The Fast Track Instrument will be sent to ECOSOC for intergovernmental consideration. So at present, we are looking at 2 options. The first is that this becomes a standalone treaty, or it is absorbed as a protocol into the UN Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation. What can Latin American and Caribbean countries do specifically? They can support the conversion of the Fast Track Instrument into a treaty. They can inform the country delegates to the ECOSOC to support the commencement of UN negotiations on the UN Fast Track Instrument, and they can use the PTLAC as a forum for coordinating support for the Fast Track Instrument. Next slide, please. Now we come to the other output of the UN Tax Committee, which are the UN's Wealth Tax Guidelines. So these are detailed guidelines for designing net wealth taxes on individuals. And as has been mentioned earlier, this is definitely an issue of interest for the region. These guidelines contain an outline of legislative elements, and at the South Center, we have actively contributed to their development. The UN Subcommittee on Wealth Taxes is preparing model wealth tax law. What can Latin American countries and Caribbean countries do? Countries which are interested can immediately use these guidelines to think about designing their own wealth taxes if they don't have them already. Then other thing which can be done is to attend the next session of the UN Tax Committee, either in person or online, and to support the UN's work on preparing UN model wealth tax law. So far, Brazil has supported it, which is very welcome, especially given that it has the G20 presidency. Colombia has also supported it, but we need the support of more Latin American and Caribbean countries and all other developing countries. Because this is getting a lot of opposition from the developed countries who don't want the UN to do this for obvious reasons. Next slide, please. Now, this is what has been finished. Now, what is currently under negotiation in the UN Tax Committee? What are the issues of priorities for developing countries? The first issue is taxation of services. Most developing countries are net importers of high-value services from developed countries. So developing countries want to bring in a new article to tax services at source, even if there's no physical presence. For example, if a Colombian company pays a Netherlands company fees for a service, that income should be taxable by Colombia. The second issue which is being negotiated is the taxation of shipping and air transport. Developing countries want to strengthen the source taxation of this income. For example, if a US resident shipping company earns income from carrying passengers from Chile to the US, that income should be taxable by Chile. This is the demand of developing countries. The third issue is the exploration and exploitation of natural resources. What developing countries are pushing for is that if activities related to the exploration and exploitation of natural resources are carried on in the source state, meaning the state where the resources are located for more than 30 days, then the company which is providing these services should pay taxes to that country. They should have a taxable presence in that country. That's what is being pushed for. And the last issue is of insurance premiums. Developing countries want source taxation of payments for insurance premiums. For example, if a Bolivian company pays an Italian insurance company an insurance premium, that income should be taxable by Bolivia. That is the demand of developing countries in general. Next slide, please. Now, what can Latin American and Caribbean countries do? First of all, we need more participation. So it's very important to appoint a delegate from either a finance ministry or from the tax administration to attend the next session of the UN Tax Committee, which will be in October in Geneva, Switzerland, either in person or online. Online participation is also possible. To have stronger links between these delegates and the diplomats in the UN in New York or Geneva, and very importantly, to speak in favor of developing countries' demands. Again, PTLAC is a forum for discussing this and building joint positions. At the South Center, we hold regular briefings, many of them in partnership with ECLAC. So our Latin American member states are very much invited to join and gain updates on these negotiations. Next slide, please. Now I have been informed I have only 3 minutes remaining, so I'm going to very quickly go through the two-pillar solution in the OECD. So we have amount A, amount B in pillar 1, and you have the global minimum tax of pillar 2 and the subject to tax rule. So I will not explain what these rules are. I will just get to what Latin American countries can do. Next slide, please. Amount A. In summary, this has been negotiated for more than 12 years. And if the developed countries have their way, it will be negotiated for 12 more years. So it is highly recommended that Latin American countries no longer wait, no longer keep losing money, immediately introduce national measures like digital service taxes. Next slide, please. We can see that many European countries have already been collecting a lot of revenue from digital service taxes, and many developing countries as well. Here we can see that both that France collected around $500 million in 2021. India collected around $500 million in 2022. But next slide, please. Apart from Colombia, no Latin American and Caribbean country is actually collecting taxes from this very big source of revenue. So we strongly encourage all the Latin American and Caribbean countries to think of immediately start introducing digital service taxes. Don't wait anymore. Don't lose any more money. European countries are doing it. Many developing countries are doing it. You can also start collecting this money. Next slide, please. Amount B is too technical, so I'm going to skip it. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Now we go to the global minimum tax. These are my last two slides. So global minimum tax is basically irrelevant for a country where the profits have already been shifted out. For example, if a corporation has shifted profits out of, let's say, Bolivia and has paid zero in taxes, under the OECD global minimum tax, they will continue to pay zero in taxes. So the globe rules are of no use for a country where tax avoidance has taken place. Here are some alternative options which are there in our policy brief. You can look for them online or you can use them from the presentation. I'm out of time, so I'm going to unfortunately go to the next slide. Subject to tax rule is, again, now this is the last topic of my presentation, but this basically aims to eliminate non-taxation in tax treaties. You have two versions, UN version and OECD version. Next slide, please. This gives you a summary. You can see that the OECD version has many restrictions. There's a tax rate restriction, markup restriction, materiality restriction, scope restriction, and so on. But the UN version has no restrictions. It's much better for developing countries. So we can see that, next slide, please, that in general, the UN version is better than the OECD version. And we strongly advise all developing countries, but especially Latin American countries, to first of all check if developed countries themselves will sign the OECD subject to tax rule MLI, and to conduct an impact assessment before signing on to the MLI. So with that, I'm probably have gone over a bit time, but I would thank you for the invitation once again, and happy to take any questions.
Abdul, thank you very much for your punctuality. And now we must switch to Spanish for some comments or questions. Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you. We don't have much time, so let's just take two questions from the audience. Go ahead.
Sim. Buenos dias, vou falar em português. O secretário Guilherme Melo me incumbiu de falar um pouco sobre a agenda doméstica.
I was asked to speak about the domestic situation in Brazil. And, well, he spoke about the challenges facing the fiscal policy. But I would like to mention, since what has been adopted since 2023, Julia is going to add after what I present, but I will be brief. The Brazilian fiscal policy strategy is guided by 5 guidelines. First of all, the adoption of a fiscal framework that seeks a medium-term equilibrium and the public sustainability. Second, the recovery of the revenues that has been eroded in recent years based on the mitigation of the options and surge in greater autonomy and tax progressiveness. Third, a consistent process, interdependent to back up public policies based on the review of expenditure. And fourth, the approval and implementation of a tax reform that is ample and progressive, of taxes on consumption, payments and gender, designed to reconcile efficiency and further economic growth with the reduction of inequalities. And 5, at last, to look for improvements in the efficiency and transparency of tax benefits, seeking to improve the process for agreement regarding taxes and making them more effective. The fiscal regime, the order that is sustainable in Brazil, was instituted in 2023 and seeks to ensure the macroeconomic stability in the country and create appropriate conditions for a sustainable economic growth, when the main principles are to recover the credibility and the sustainability of the fiscal policy and resume the ability to plan publicly and foresee for public investments, ensure the appropriate financing of public policy, and to balance add flexibility and sustainability to mechanisms for appropriate enforcement. And among the main characteristics, the fiscal regime is sustainable, reduces the expenditure to 70% of the budget, ensuring the sustainability of the long-term debt. And the new fiscal program includes counter-cyclical mechanisms to cover priority efforts such as health and social security, and also implements a medium-term fiscal framework in order to reduce the short-sightedness of the budget that has marked what is done annually. And the goals of the primary outcomes are established right from the start, ensuring the sustainability of public debt in the medium term, and in order to create the conditions for consistent rates and economic conditions in order to harmonize with the monetary fiscal policy. One important guideline that we have adopted has been the recovery of the tax revenues and a series of measures that have been implemented seeking to recompose the federal budget and the collections promoted by distortive measures based on social interest in order to have a structural dynamics for collection in coming years. And we are speaking of tax compensations and imposing limits to tax offsets that have been billions in Brazil. And we're also speaking of providing a greater celerity and efficiency to the high administrative processes with the changes in the use of fiscal policies. And also we had a major change that returned to the government the decisions of the CARFI, of the council, and which were not in the hands of the federal government until last year. And also we have tax transaction measures in order to strengthen a new scenario focused on the fiscal conformity, reducing litigation, and seeking to be a guiding entity in the fiscal tax system. And also the challenge of progressiveness that we would like to include in the income tax reform. We're speaking of offshore tax measures and exclusive funds. The taxation for funds that regularly did not pay in Brazil, these measures were proposed by the federal government, by the executive, and were passed by National Congress last year, and have already been very efficient in increasing profits. And in the budget for 2025, for the first time, they will be assessing the expenditure, seeking to improve the quality of public expenditure and creating a fiscal space to give priority to the spending, seeking to reduce public debt. This is another aim. And also, this will be conducted with sustainability criteria. The tax reform and progressiveness were also mentioned by Vilma. Vilma, in her presentation, spoke of taxation and consumption, an excellent presentation with an ample approach to the reform. I would also like to highlight the overall aim of the federal government, which is to propose to National Congress an ample tax reform with progressive guidelines and also the payment sheet. We are also insisting a lot on improving the efficiency and transparency of tax benefits, having a new governance for the review and assessment of incentives. This is a necessary measure in order to recompose the tax basis. We have a constitutional amendment that foresees a reduction of these benefits in relation to GDP. And also, what we need, and we are implementing measures for this to be materialized. In Brazil, we have, in fact, great difficulty in terms of measuring. Throughout Latin America, it seems that we have this difficulty. It is not easy to measure the return of our social benefits, which is offset with tax benefits. So in the agenda, what we're seeking is a better governance, a greater possibility of having ex-ante analysis of the concession of these benefits, as well as the ex-post analysis of the efficacy in order to have more efficient policies, better focused, and with a greater fiscal space to deal with environmental and social emergencies. That is it. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Débora. Lamentablemente,
Vou falar em português também, só queria fazer ponto adicional à fala da Débora.
I want to continue speaking in Portuguese because I need to add something to what Deborah said. During yesterday's presentation, we talked about the Brazilian tax burden and how this is the highest in Latin America. That was mentioned yesterday. But allow me to say that the Brazilian state is quite peculiar, quite unique, because our federal constitution guarantees Social Security, and Social Security in Brazil is universal. The Brazilian state, therefore, is a state that, yes, does levy many taxes, but there are benefits to that. Now, if we could discount the social benefits from the tax burden, we would see that this is significant. For example, the family package provides benefits for the lowest income. And again, 34 to 19% would be the drop in the tax burden if we discounted the Social Security benefits. Every 3 months, we update the statistics system. So in any event, this is a unique characteristic of the Brazilian system, making our tax burden less progressive. There are many studies that actually show how the Brazilian Social Security system is part of our constitution following years of a military dictatorship. So through this, through social transfers, we have a progressive system. And with this clarification, I would like to conclude. Thank you. All right, then, we have run out of time, and we will have a coffee break until 11:30. Please return on time. We have 2 virtual presentations waiting for us. Thank you.
Hello, Sanjeev. Sanjeev, are you connected?
Buenos días. Good morning. Vamos a dar continuación.
We will continue with the regional fiscal seminar, excuse me. And now we will begin with session 6, fiscal space and public debt sustainability. We will now have the opportunity to talk about fiscal space and the sustainability of the debt and international cooperation. It's an honor to moderate this session. Allow me to thank ECLAC's Economic Division and headed up by Daniel Teitelbaum, and let me begin the debate. I would like to inform the speakers that they will each have 20 minutes for their presentations. And we will begin with a presentation by Jose Antonio Campo, Professor of Professional Practice in Public and International Affairs at Columbia University. Go ahead, Professor. I'm very pleased to be here today at this session. When I spoke yesterday, I spoke about national systems. And I would like to reiterate the importance. Maybe I should go back to something I said at the end: grow, grow, grow. The ability to manage public debt is significantly reliant on economic growth. In fact, the 2002 to 2008 and then 2011, these were challenging times for the periods of growth in Latin America, and that was related to increase in tax collection during the economic growth periods. And there are many issues related to spending that was significantly emphasized, apart from social aspects. For example, how one can protect public investments, investments in climate change. There was a great deal of concentration on science and technology, where Latin America and the Caribbean is poised quite low. Brazil invests more than 1% of their GDP in that, and all the other countries invest less than 1%. As far as tax matters are concerned, we have heard several presentations already, and it's absolutely clear that the most important issue for Latin America is income, personal income tax, and Social Security contributions as well. Several presentations focused on these aspects. In this regard, I actually I agree with, and I fostered in Colombia, having a complementary asset tax based on the age-old argument that we've had in Colombia since this tax was created in 1936, the asset tax, and that capital revenue was always underestimated. So the asset tax is a way to complement the capital revenue tax, or capital gains tax, or a wealth tax. With regard to other topics, I thought it was very interesting to listen to the previous presentation, and then again, pay in contributions to Social Security. This is very low in Colombia. And including the care system, it's interesting to see how there are some public spending benefits that complement access to Social Security in the lower income segments. both for health and pension. I also thought it was very interesting to listen to the presentation from Brazil regarding how one can avoid a regressive system. And this is important given the importance of the value-added tax in Latin American countries. It's important to have a structure that is not regressive. That's important. And I think that when listening to the presentation, there are many similarities in terms of the value-added tax and the redesign of some of the Brazilian tax, converting them into the value-added tax to prevent this regressive attribute. And this is something that Colombia has discussed. Now, having said that, I would like to focus my presentation on international cooperation matters. These are the matters that I have worked on significantly. In fact, on Sunday, Project Index, there was an opinion column published relative to UN negotiations. But let me begin with Monday. On Monday, we held a session where we talked about XXXVI and how Colombia has transferred the chair to Chile, and then to be followed by Brazil. And these countries have had support from ECLAC. And we've also seen interesting presentations on the 3 areas where work has been carried out. The progressive nature of income tax, tax benefits, and the ability to complement with asset tax. This is a negotiation process that Chile has been coordinating. And then tax benefits coordinated by the Dominican Republic. And then environmental taxing coordinated by Colombia. Very interesting. I think this is significant progress. And then digital taxation is one of the topics that is missing. I hope Chile will drive this topic forward during the new stage of XXXVI. XXXVI is very important, and it's important to expand the coverage. There are 8 countries involved today, and many others are candidates for inclusion, and we hope that this platform will be consolidated as a Latin American and Caribbean tax coordination platform. So we would like to expand this further to the Caribbean, for the Dutch and English-speaking Caribbean countries. Now, there's another topic that was mentioned in the previous session by Abdul Chowdhury, and that is the UN negotiations. Now, there is a complementary nature between these negotiations and that which was discussed within the OECD in 21. In fact, this is not fully implemented, by the way. So allow me to begin with the 2 topics that were addressed within the OECD. First of all, the minimal corporate tax, which was agreed to at 15%. Now, the negotiations proposed higher rates. In fact, the US proposed 21% as a rate. And then ECLAC, Ricardo, Marde, and I are members of that, and we proposed 25% because that's the mean taxation rate of the high income OECD member states. This was not approved, not adopted, because some of the European states did not want 21 or 25, especially Ireland, because it's a European tax haven.
Sort of a half European tax haven. So one of the discussions proposed in the UN is how to extend the rate and how to take the benefits away in the OECD negotiations. And the other thing is the so-called Pillar 1 topic on how to ensure that multinationals pay taxes in all countries where they operate and do so equitably. So how to distribute the tax burden of the multinationals. So the agreement reached in OECD was very modest in several senses. First of all, this applies to very large multinational corporations, about 100, and only 25% of the surplus revenues of the so-called mean yield of the multinationals. So the calculations is that this gives developing countries very minimum amounts. So it mainly benefits the countries where the main offices of these multinationals are based. And so there, yes, I believe that we need to make significant progress in UN negotiations. And the second phase are finishing now, and they will review the agenda to be discussed at the convention. But well, there, the proposal that made by several of us is to clearly adopt the principle of what developing countries had furthered, which was a significant economic presence. So a principle whereby all multinationals pay where they operate and sell, including digital sales abroad. They pay equitably, corresponding to the revenues in that economy, including income tax. So if a multinational, instead of digital, for example, there is a profit from the sale in some of these countries. And so that income should be taxed in the country where the service is provided. And that is the concept of significant economic presence. But I must say that I introduced this in Colombia in the tax reform of 22, but it's something that should be widespread and adopted even by the UN as an international principle. Let's see what happens. And another thing that has been the subject of much discussion is the tax on natural resources. And you could say, well, every tax benefit and investment in natural resources is a shame. You cannot give a tax benefits on natural resources. So there, all the Africans especially, they give a lot of investments in order to attract it. They give a lot of benefits in order to attract investment. That is something that should be we should have minimum tax levels, and the royalties, which is a supplementary tax for natural resources. And aside from that, the discussion in the UN, we're hoping, should also adopt certain principles in terms of income tax and wealth worldwide, which includes the famous tax on the super rich or wealthy, which we heard about on day one. But and that we have seen at the spring meetings of the IMF and World Bank that we held with Brazil, with the G20, that Brazil apparently it will try to include it in the G20 declaration of this year. So this is a very relevant topic. In addition to that, as I've always said, the super rich are not here in these countries. But we need to have all the super rich in that taxable basis. The super wealthy, super rich, they must also be the subject of this minimum tax. The proposed is 2% of the wealth, which could be a revenue or income and wealth. That is the proposal on the table. But also it would be very good if the UN should reach other standards in terms of minimum income tax, wealth tax, and capital gains tax. That is the income that have great tax benefits, even in the US, where it is practically tax-free. And this is a very complex issue, because that is the origin of these major fortunes, these capital gains. So it must be excluded from benefits. That makes a lot of sense. And the third area that we will consider to see how it is negotiated is environmental taxation. Taxes on CO2 emissions and how to assign the financing this for climate change. It is a complex topic because, and we're seeing the European proposals, because if it is done internally, in terms of it would affect the competitiveness of the companies. So there must be a mechanism that allows, not what the Europeans are asking for, that basically all imported goods should pay the tax, but an international minimum standard in terms of carbon taxes. But well, let's see what happens now. And then the fourth topic that is important is a world register of assets. That is essential, especially to avoid precisely the flee towards tax havens. And that must be associated to information systems among tax authorities. And that is where the OECD can play a very important role. Let's see that this world register of assets should be per final beneficiary in order to know who is the person that is the owner of the asset, directly or indirectly. And this is a matter of whole national administrations with their registers should join up with a world register. And you say, well, we don't know what we're going to do with art and jewels, that they're also assets. But how are you going to include that in the base? But well, and then lastly, with regard to the institutional architecture, there are proposals to create a new international tax entity, which could be one solution supported by Colombia. What I have been supporting is a proposal that I myself made as UN Under Secretary General to turn it into an intergovernment committee, not a committee, an expert committee. And that was the proposal that I made in 2004. It was not passed at the time. And the rest of the proposals that we made to improve the system were passed. But in 2007, it was done again at Addis Ababa. And that was not approved on that occasion either, basically on account of certain vetoes and European abstention. The UK and the US who opposed the resolution. This is an alternative that I believe is the most simple, but having an international tax authority could also be an alternative. But any system designed is very important, especially if the authority is within the UN. A very close work should be carried out between the UN and the OECD, because the OECD has a very long tradition in this matter among developed countries. And as we said, information among tax authorities is something that's been worked on by the OECD. So there is close collaboration. I would say that this is, of course, subject to discussion, but when we see what the final outcome will be. But all of this will be brought to the UN conference next year in Spain on financing for development. After it is the sequel to the conference held first of all in Monterrey in 2015 in Addis Ababa. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Ocampo. And we've heard of the various emerging tax fronts: environment, natural resources, the super wealthy, digital wealth, and a major variety of emerging topics. I would like to confirm if Mr. Isaac is connected. Yes?
I'm happy to invite Mr. Isaac Dewan. He is Director of Research, Finance, Development Lab at the Escuela de Economía de Paris, the School of Economics of Paris. Mr. Dewan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm very honored by this invitation, and especially to follow after Professor Ocampo. Do you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you well, and we can also see your presentation.
Very well. Thank you very much. So I'm going to speak about fiscal space, the topic of this session, as it relates to the debt problem that we are facing today. And I'm especially going to speak about the low income and the lower middle income countries of the world. So that, of course, includes Latin America, but I'm not going to be very specific to Latin America specific problems. So I want to discuss in which ways this particular difficult debt situation in which we are is special. What are its characteristics? And I will argue in particular that it imposes important liquidity constraints on the budget, much more than it has to do with insolvency. I would present a proposal that we have made at the Finance for Development Lab, and the reaction that this has elicited, and the particular problem that we encountered. So I'm speaking about a cyclical situation that has been made difficult by the series of shocks that have hit the world economy since COVID, with higher commodity prices, and then finally the rise in interest rates that has to do with the tight monetary policy being conducted by the West. So that cyclical moment where developing countries have been pushed out of the market in particular. So maybe we can move to the first slide. I don't really see the slides.
We have moved the slide. We can see a graph now on external debt levels.
Thank you. So in this slide, you see that the debt levels are relatively low for low and middle income countries these days compared to the high of the period before HIPC. So even though debts have been rising over time, debt to GDP, of course, rising faster than GDP, they are not yet for many countries at a very high level. Now, of course, some countries are insolvent and they are going to this new process called the Common Framework, where China and the Paris Club interact. It's been a difficult process, and some countries will have to go through that process, but many other countries are not with levels of debt that are extremely high. Nevertheless, slide number 2, please. They do face liquidity issues that have to do not only with the external shock that have reduced their export and made their imports more expensive, but also rising debt service at a time where, as the slides show, they have not been able to roll over their debts to the Eurobond market in particular. Their credit rating have come down. Since the end of 2022, there's been nearly no new issues in the debt market, in the Eurobond market. There's been some reopening of the market just in the past few months, but still at very high interest rates. And it's hard to expect that many countries will come back quickly to the market, given that their credit ratings have badly deteriorated. You could see also the graph below. I mean, the graph above shows you the deterioration of the credit rating, and the graph below shows you the rise in the spreads for these countries. So the spreads are very high. There's a question at which speeds it would come down, but as I said, even if they come down quickly, it is hard to expect that in the next 2-3 years, there will be a very large access to this market. And so from the private sector Eurobond market, the repayments are high. Next slide, please. We see in this slide that flows from China have also come down. On the right, in red, the net transfers from China, you see positives over the year and becoming negative in 2022, the repayments being higher now than the new loans. And the small graph on the left shows you the number of countries for which net transfers to China are now negative, and we're up to 35 countries. And so the flows from China have come down a whole lot. Now, important to note that Chinese debt is important for low and lower middle income countries, but not as much as private debt, which is 3-4 times larger. So this is more structural rather than really cyclical, and the question is whether this can be slowed down. So next slide. Of low and lower middle income countries have shot up to nearly 200 billion and $280 billion a year in 2024, and we see a wall, several years of very high debt service. These are projected using balance of payment projections from the IMF. So there are several years now of very high payments, and this is, of course, putting enormous pressure on the balance of payment of these countries. Next slide, you see the net effect of these pressure. These are, sorry, a lot of figures, but they are important, so I thought I would show them to you. I'll explain them very quickly. These are the net transfers on debts, on long-term debt and debt. So this is the net money that moves as a result of new debt minus debt service. So you see that for the total group of low and lower mid-income countries, this number, the net long-term debt, has become negative in 2022, minus $15 billion, as opposed to 2019, 85 billion, or 84.4. So a difference of $100 billion in these few years. This is due, if we look on the columns from the right, we see the first column from the MDB. There is a surge in 2020. These numbers remain high, positive net transfers of 32 billion, bilaterals, excluding China, positive of 9.8. So the official sector is putting in $50 billion, but as you could see, 52 billion are now going out to the banks and 6 billion going out to China. So the big movement is from the private sector, from a net transfer positive of 54 billion in 2019. Now we have a negative net transfers of minus 52, a difference of more than $100 billion. This is a massive change, and it neutralizes completely the effort of the official sector. And really several very important consequences, and this really, I think, shows us the character of this particular debt crisis. It's hitting the liquidity of poor countries enormously. It's obliging them to devalue with important effects on poverty, on real wages, balance sheet effects. They have to cut their imports very badly. So it's really a silent development crisis hitting investment very much, and so it's very hard, impossible to advance on the green transition in these conditions. Moreover, it is making aid effectiveness very low, near zero. Dollar coming in, leave, and therefore it's very hard to imagine the MDBs being able to scale up their effort as now being demanded by the G20 and planned by these organizations until the situation improves. Next slide. The debt service pressure on these countries is made even worse by the fact that they've had to devalue. These are the number of devaluations of more than 10%. For the low income and the lower middle income countries. You also have sub-Saharan Africa in red. So you see in 2022, a record number of countries have devalued, 36 of more than 10%. In 2023, also very high numbers. And that makes, of course, the weight of external debt on local budget more important. I'm showing you the 2022 net transfer numbers, but 2023 is likely to have been much worse. We don't have the definitive numbers, but interest rates have risen. There was no access to the bond market at all. So we expect the negative net transfer to have been higher in 2023 and probably in 2024 as well. Next slide. On the basis of these numbers, we predict at FDL using debt threshold, debt service threshold, debt stock threshold that the IMF currently uses. And this is really for illustrative purposes only, that this long list of countries is what we can call liquidity constraints. Their debt service to revenues is higher than 15%. Now, we can also predict that a few countries, the small box, are insolvent. But the point is, out of these 70 countries, those that are not insolvent, most of them are what we can call liquidity constraint. The debt service is very high. It's eating into expenditures. It's not allowing to keep up with social services, and certainly not with the transition. And it requires a constant refinancing so that if the market is closed, it puts these countries in very bad shape and makes the fiscal pressure even worse. So what do we do in this situation? This is next slide, please. We've proposed kind of the obvious. We are at a situation where the MDBs are preparing to scale up their involvement in financing the green transitions. If they do it in this particular situation, aid effectiveness will be very low. They need some burden sharing. And so what is needed right now is somewhat of a coordinated movement along the three players, the countries, to put together ambitious green transitions with higher investment, higher growth, as Professor Ocampo was describing, including more domestic mobilization so that they pay their share of that scaling up. So we need a recovery, a fast recovery that increases growth and green growth in particular, with investment in adaptation, which early on has some Keynesian effect and over time improve productivity. That's number one. The IFIs have to scale up as they have promised, double, triple. And so we need these country programs in which they start scaling up, which we haven't seen yet, and not in short austerity adjustment program, but over 5 years program where the World Bank, the Latin American Bank commit their resources so that they credibly would come over the year to finance, say within a 5-year program, to finance the national transition plans. And then the third part is we need a commitment from the other old creditors not to withdraw their financing. So to have net flows of zero or positive, ideally to share the burden, because this is a win-win that would benefit everyone. Countries will grow out of debt, will adapt to climate change, and the creditors will be paid over time, and the official sector will ensure that aid effectiveness is high. This is a deal that benefits everyone. If creditors are pulling out, it would not be feasible. Next slide. In recent months, there's been some kind of demobilization because of the impression that the markets are reopening. Countries like Kenya, Cote d'Ivoire, others, also some in Latin America, but within the group of low and lower middle income countries, they've been able to go back to the market, but the point is at very high rate, at 9, 10%, 10.5% for Kenya. So I want to argue that there are at least two reasons why we should not demobilize. This shows the way, but needs to be improved. In particular, the Kenya situation is interesting. This is a situation where the World Bank and the IMF have heavily invested. The IMF has 5 times quota with 3 programs. The World Bank has pledged $10 billion for 3 years, which is a good doubling of what it usually do, if not tripling. But still, this has allowed the market to reopen, but at very high rate. And so we argue this is dangerous, and the alternative of the MDB actually refinancing the debts is not feasible. So let me go quickly through the next slides. The next slide show the debt service to revenue of these illiquid countries if they refinance at current rates. And so we see that in the yellow line, this is kind of the baseline scenario. The walls just move over time because the current rates are very high. Under a pessimistic scenario, interest rates rise, the red line, debt service rises, and you need kind of very optimistic fall in inflation, in interest rates for these debt service walls to come down and yet stay above 15% in the medium, so still high. So this keeps a lot, I mean, these high rates keep a lot of pressure on debt service and therefore on the ability to roll over. And next slide, over time, of course, if you're borrowing at 10% and growing only at 5%, creditworthiness deteriorate, and this shows you the debt service the debt stock to GDP. We see them rising in the negative scenario, and therefore we may end up, if the status quo continues, into a systemic debt crisis in 4 or 5 years, which of course would make the fight against climate change, would delay it by at least a decade, which would really be terrible. So next slide. The alternative is for, we could think the MDBs, IFIs should do counter-cyclical financing and just refinance the private sector, the debt service due to the private sector, hoping that in 2, 3, 4 years, the market will come back and situation will come back to normal. What this slide shows is that the debt service is very high. It's much more than the firepower of the IFIs right now. I mean, it's you would need an extra $50 billion per year, 40 billion, sorry, for those illiquid countries for the next 5 years. And this would mean that instead of tripling their disbursement to finance climate and the SDGs, they will have to actually go times 5 or 6 which is already, the goals are extremely ambitious, this becomes really totally unrealistic. So really we have to find a solution there, refinancing, but at better rates. How is the question of our time? The next slide, please. You have some quotes from the World Bank, from the IMF, and very recently from the US Treasury that totally now recognize the problem that while some countries are insolvent, lots of other countries, nearly all the low and lower middle income countries, are illiquid and need attention. The US Treasury goes as far as pushing within IMF program for official sector and really China to reschedule. And then they say private outflow should not be netting out against IFI support. So meaning, the private should not withdraw. Now, how to do that is the question. Can it be done voluntarily? Can these interest rate yields be pushed down, talked down? Can they fall if the growth prospects of these countries and the financial commitments of the MDBs become more credible? I think these are the questions of the day. And so really my last slide is on where we stand. The broad idea of our bridge proposal, I think, are now accepted. The IFIs are on board, but they need really political backing, especially the IMF, especially from the G20, to have the political muscle now to push all the other creditors, at least for countries that have ambitious programs that are being financed and scaled up on the SDC and on green, for the other to reschedule their debts. Now, the US is championing that. China would be interested, but of course will demand some comparability of treatment with the private lenders. So the question remains what to do with the private lenders. And I think now the key constraint is that the MDBs are not yet ready to scale up. We don't yet see these country platforms. And so how to have credibility that this scaling up will happen, the growth will happen, to talk interest rate down in the market. And if that doesn't happen, to start thinking about how to shift to other private lenders that could lend long term for the green transition. So this is, I think, where we are on this set of issues. Thank you, and back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diwan. Your presentation highlights the evidence that ECLAC has been putting forward as well about the development distress, which, as you very well demonstrated, is a situation where the debt service is so high due to the increased debt that the fiscal space available for development objectives becomes very limited, with impacts not only on the just transition but on broader development, social, productive development as well. So thank you very much for your interesting presentation. And moving on to our next panelist now. Let me just check that he is connected. I will invite Mr. Sanjeev. Thank you. Sanjeev Gupta, who is Senior Fellow Emeritus of the Center for Global Development. Mr. Gupta, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Lady. I would, at the outset, like to thank Daniel and Noel for inviting me to this meeting. I would have liked to be physically present, but for various reasons, I was not able to attend. I have attended these meetings on several occasions since 2002. So the presentation that I'm going to present, which is titled, Why Do Governments Cut Their Deficits?, is very much linked to the previous presentation. And this is drawn from a paper which is jointly authored with 3 colleagues, and it is appearing in the European Journal of Political Economy in the next issue, which is in June. The paper has been circulated, so it can be read in detail because I'm going to skip number of figures. So next slide, please. The next one also. Yes. So now we heard in the previous presentation of what is going on in some of the low and low middle income countries, how their fiscal space has tightened since the COVID. But this issue of rising debts is prevalent all across the world. So many countries have large fiscal adjustment needs for debt sustainability, and the elections in 2024 in several countries are likely to add additional fiscal pressures. So global debt ratio increased by about 10 percentage points between 2019 and 2023. Fiscal consolidation is needed in all countries, but as was pointed out in the previous presentation, it is of greater urgency in emerging and low-income countries because of depleting or lack of fiscal space. In low-income countries, we saw a figure in the previous presentation how the debt service has increased as a share of revenues. Interest payments constitute about 14% of current revenues in low-income countries. And some countries like Ghana, they are exceeding 33%. And in advanced economies, debt to GDP ratio are projected to rise in the coming years because the resources needed for climate transition, defense and health and pensions. So against this background, we pose in this paper 4 questions, or 4 broad questions. So what are the key macroeconomic and political and institutional factors inducing countries to implement fiscal consolidation? Do these fiscal consolidation policies differ by income group? And then how does the composition of fiscal consolidation, that is, expenditure versus tax-based, influence the results? And we also make a distinction between needed and not needed fiscal consolidation and how that influence the results. And finally, what kind of political environment is conducive to fiscal consolidation? Next slide, please. The other motivation is that there are limited studies on emerging market and low-income countries on what drives fiscal consolidation. And the issue of fiscal consolidation will remain pertinent in these countries in the foreseeable future, given scarring from COVID-19 pandemic and other crises. And that scarring has had a bigger impact on this group of countries. Next slide, please. So what does the literature show? As I said, there is more literature on fiscal consolidations for advanced economies. In advanced economies, studies show the weak public finances have been found to trigger fiscal adjustment, not surprising. Also, governments are more likely to undertake fiscal consolidation efforts when domestic economy is doing well relative to other countries. And there is some evidence of peer pressure as well in the advanced economies. In these countries, expenditure-based fiscal consolidations, and I will define expenditure-based in our paper. Expenditure-based fiscal consolidations are centered on permanent spending cuts, and they have been found to be more durable in advanced economies. This is attributable to the positive reaction of investors who have more confidence in sustained improvements in fiscal accounts when expenditure-based consolidations are implemented. Opposite results have been found in emerging and low-income developing countries. And then institutional and political factors have also influenced fiscal consolidations in both advanced and emerging and low-income countries. For example, the role of elections, ideology, and political fragmentation influence the timing and composition of fiscal consolidation. So finally, in this paper, we distinguish, as I said, between episodes which are needed. We can also call them responsible fiscal consolidations, and those that are not, and we label them as frugal. A fiscal consolidation episode is defined as responsible, that is motivated by the need to consolidate if the difference between debt stabilizing primary balance in personal GDP and the capital and the cyclical adjusted primary balance to GDP ratio is positive in the year prior to the start of the fiscal consolidation episode. This is the distinction which has been made for the first time in the literature, to our knowledge. So the panel that we have has 450 episodes of fiscal consolidation between 1979 2019, which gives us 185 countries, including many emerging market and low-income developing countries. We have lumped them together into one group. The second thing we do is to look at the political factors, and the third thing we do is to look at the impact of fiscal rules on fiscal consolidation. And as I said earlier, we look at the definition, we look at the what we call responsible or needed fiscal consolidation using IMF criterion for debt sustainability. Next slide, please. So very quickly, I'm not going to spend much time here. Our baseline empirical exercise consists of estimating logistic regressions to assess the likelihood of a given country experiencing fiscal consolidation year, with the counterfactual being the opposite of this, not experiencing a fiscal consolidation year. As mentioned earlier, the paper considers several political and institutional elements while controlling for macroeconomic and fiscal variables, which have been identified in the literature as affecting fiscal consolidations. I will not go through this equations because they are explained in the accompanying paper. Next slide, please. Next, yes. We opt for Alicina-Perotti approach, under which fiscal consolidation episode is defined as a minimum annual improvement in cyclical adjusted primary balance to GDP ratio of 0.5 percentage points over 2 consecutive years. A fiscal consolidation episode we define as expenditure-based if the ratio, as you can see in the slide, of the cumulative fall in the primary expenditure to GDP ratio to the cumulative adjustment defined as the sum of annual changes in the cyclically adjusted primary balance to GDP ratio is larger than or equal to 2/3 in absolute value. That is, the change in the expenditure GDP ratio over this period is 2/3 of the total fiscal consolidation. And in the case of if the sum of changes of the annual changes in the primary expenditure GDP ratio within the fiscal consolidation period is positive, then the episode is classified as text-based. I've already defined the needed. Next slide, please. So we get more episodes of fiscal consolidations by using our own estimation of cyclical adjusted primary balance through Hamilton filters than by looking at World Economic Outlook data. So the advantage of using Hamilton filters is that it boosts coverage to more emerging market, low-income developing countries, as it will become clear in the next slide. And then it also ensures some clarity, objectivity, and comparability across countries. Of course, there is an alternative approach, which is called the narrative approach, under this approach, people argue that the economic cycle does not affect the construction of the fiscal variables, and the construction is bottom up, and there is less risk of identification problems and of reverse causality. However, there have been some criticisms that say that this approach is really not that exogenous and can be predicted by various macroeconomic variables. So there was another very important factor why we did not use the narrative approach, is because the sample size is too big, and we could not have covered 185 countries on our own over this time period. And secondly, the existing studies that are there, they are for limited number of advanced economies and for limited number of countries, emerging market economies. Next slide, please. So the data is largely compiled from the IMF and World Bank sources. To save time, I will skip this slide further and go to the next one. Now this slide is interesting because it presents summary statistics by fiscal consolidation episode. And what you find is that fiscal consolidations happen less than 20% of the time. When you look at the long time period and all these fiscal consolidations that have taken period over this time. And again, as I was mentioning earlier, fiscal consolidations are fewer and smaller using IMF's World Economic Outlook data, especially in the case of low-income developing countries. And the other thing is, as you can see, the average duration of fiscal consolidation is longer at advanced economies. And given that we are able to get a longer or a bigger sample size, we opt for Hamilton filter-based approach. Next slide, please. So in figure 1, we report the distribution of cyclically adjusted primary balance changes in percent of GDP. And we do that for all countries, advanced economies, emerging markets, and low-income developing countries. And LIDC, the low-income developing countries, generally fare worse in this case. Next slide, please. So this is an interesting description of the statistics that we are using in the paper. So initial fiscal conditions prevailing just before the beginning of a given consolidation episode seem to be associated with the size of the subsequent consolidation efforts. In other words, the bigger or the higher the cyclically adjusted primary balance, the larger is the adjustment in the subsequent years. And this is the case for all country groups. The lower cyclically adjusted primary balance, is derived by just plotting these things and then using a bivariate linear correlations fitting lines in this figure. Next chart. Next. The other interesting fact that appears is that most fiscal consolidations episodes were of short duration, and they were of longer duration in advanced economies than in emerging markets and low-income developing countries. Next slide, please. So the other thing which comes out is most fiscal consolidations involve relatively modest gains. And of course, there are some with more gains, but typically there were smaller gains in the fiscal situation by looking at a longer time period. Next slide, please. So in general, sizable fiscal consolidations lasted for longer periods in advanced economies, as you can see on in the top panel right-hand side figure. The next slide, please. Let me now turn to the regression results for the full sample. And I will just highlight a couple of things that stand out. So, not surprisingly, public debt to GDP ratio is a significant determinant of the likelihood of a consolidation with expected positive sign. And this is the other thing is the second variable, which is interesting, is also important. The real effective exchange rate depreciations are associated with a higher probability that the country will be consolidating. The depreciations indicate a loss of international market confidence in the country's macroeconomic management and provide the political and economic rationale for changing current economic policies and undertaking fiscal consolidation. Next slide, please. So this slide just focuses on emerging markets and low-income developing countries. And what comes out is the political considerations. Fiscal consolidations are less likely in left-wing governments. And one interesting result, which one notices in the case of emerging and low-income countries, is that higher reserves to GDP ratio in the pre-consolidation year is associated with a lower likelihood of fiscal consolidation occurring in the following year in these countries. So this is very consistent with
Mr.
the
Gupta,
previous.
sorry to interrupt. Just to let you know that there is 5 minutes left, please.
Okay, yeah, I'm getting close.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, so I was so in the case of emerging markets, what one finds is, I think, are you on slide? Can you please show me the previous slide? Yes, please stay here for the minute. And so the one noticeable result is that higher reserves to GDP ratio is an important factor in determining the consolidation. So, which is very consistent with the kind of story we heard in the previous presentation, where the liquidity position of a country has an impact on how to go forward. Next slide, please. So, just focusing now on responsible consolidations. In advanced economies, fiscal consolidations are more likely during bad times, and fiscal adjustment appears to be positively associated with changes in government. A positive coefficient for government freshness and negative for the length of time in office. A high margin of majority is not associated with more likely consolidations. Next slide, please. In the emerging markets, it is the opposite. The fiscal consolidations are likely to take place in good times when growth is high, countries experience positive terms of rate shock, and inflation is low. And the governments are more likely to consolidate when they have a high margin of majority in the government. Next slide, please. So very quickly, for tax-based consolidation, control of all houses of government boosts the probability of undertaking consolidation. For these consolidations to happen, political cohesion increases the chance of fiscal consolidation. The results suggest that tax-based consolidation may be politically more challenging, as there appear to be accompanied by more unanimity across governments than those than on expenditure consolidation. Can you skip the next two slides, please? So here, so this is just to looking at the data in another way by picking up previous data set was panel. Now this is cross-section based on each of the consolidation episodes. And what we find is it's difficult to identify economic and political characteristics of countries that undertake expenditure-based consolidations. The assumption is that terms of trade variable with positive developments in the terms of trade, raising the chances of expenditure-based consolidation. On the tax side, high initial levels of public debt and political cohesion raise the probability of these consolidations happening. So this result is consistent with the panel. So I'm left with just one or two slides. I'm going to conclude. Let's go to the next slide, please. So just very quickly, this slide looks at the impact of fiscal rules. So what you see is the in the advanced economies, they're more likely to be preceded by the presence of expenditure rule and budget balance rule. And the opposite holds for emerging market, low-income developing countries, which may reflect the fact that the absence of fiscal rules raises the need for more frequent ad hoc fiscal consolidations. Final slide, please. So let me conclude. We had a novel database, which we put together for the first time of 450 fiscal consolidation episodes in 185 countries during 1979-2019. What comes out is that fiscal consolidations are relatively infrequent. So it's not that they happen. It could be because of the political consolidation which we discussed. They occur less than 20% of the time. And we find that real effective exchange or depreciation is associated with more likely fiscal consolidation. And needed fiscal consolidation in advanced economies is more likely in bad times. In contrast, in the emerging markets, it's more likely when it is in good times. When fiscal consolidations are needed in advanced economies, new governments have greater chance of implementing them. A higher reserves to GDP ratio in the pre-consolidation year is associated with a lower likelihood of fiscal consolidation in emerging markets. When fiscal consolidation is needed in emerging markets, governments in power were in power longer are more likely to consolidate. High margin of majority also helps. More tax-based fiscal consolidations are challenging, and this has implications for emerging markets seeking to raise revenues. And more fiscal consolidations in advanced economies are associated with the prevalence of fiscal rules. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gupta. We can see a rich base of evidence to help and support our dialogue. Given the time, I will pass the floor immediately and switching to Spanish now.
We will now continue with the last presentation, no less important, of course. In this session 6, I would recognize Mr. Alberto, no, she corrects herself, Alfredo Floresarre, Executive Secretary for CODEFIN. Thank you. and good morning, Chair, panelists. I am pleased to be here with you at this 36th Regional Seminar on Fiscal Policy, and I thank the organizers for the invitation. Well, my name is Alfredo Ibrahim Flores Sarria, Executive Secretary of the Council of Finance Ministers, and this is a technical team at COSEFIN to put up topics of interest to the member countries at strategic forums such as this. So as the Secretariat, we are an instance that is regional and where we discuss the topics related to systems for harmonization based on the development of information and convergence of fiscal policies in the countries of the region. So, within the framework of this 36th session on the fiscal space and sustainability of the public debt, I would like to say that right now, this country is implementing a series of policies that are transforming the economic structure of the country. And the analysis leads to interesting outcomes, especially in the fiscal sphere, since an economy, I believe, it is the only one in the world that has as a currency the US dollar and Bitcoin. The analytical framework that we will use for this has two tools. On the one hand, it uses the equations that determine the dynamic of public debt based on the work of Acosta, Ormachea, and Martinez, and also uses the Fiscal Vulnerability Index developed by Brasgovino and Dumitrescu. So simultaneously, this leads to the debt trend for a base scenario and for any specific scenario, the fiscal space and the degree of fiscal vulnerability. Before continuing with my presentation, I believe it is necessary to determine what is debt sustainability and what is fiscal vulnerability. Let's recall that debt sustainability has two definitions. The academic one says that the debt is sustainable when it meets the intertemporary solvency condition. That is, when the expected present value of the future primary balances covers the existing debt balance. And the pragmatic definition is that debt is sustainable when the debt GDP coefficients forecast are foreseeable and significantly low. Now, projection of public debt, public debt trend. When does this lead to crisis? This is a situation when the government is exposed to not meeting its economic policy goals in general, and in particular the fiscal policy. Here we see the equations of this debt dynamics. And also we see how the fiscal vulnerability index is determined. This index is the sum of two indexes. One, the level L, and hemodynamic, which we will call D. Upper cap. This considers the fiscal space D minus S, which is the difference between the primary balance, the effective primary balance, and the primary balance required to stabilize debt. And in this case, we will stabilize debt with the balance of the previous period. If the difference between the two balances is positive, then the government will be able to stabilize debt and fiscal space will adopt a value of 0. Otherwise, it would adopt the value of 1. Also, you have the level index considers a quota for the cyclically bloated balance. As you can see here, based on the Groom and Kapoor proposal, that considers the elasticity of revenues a 1 and of the spending 0. And now here I return to the previous slide. Both sub-indexes are constructed, you add them, and it gives you the fiscal vulnerability with a range of 0.4, where the 0 implies fiscal vulnerability and 4 extreme fiscal vulnerability. That is from 0 to 4, not 0.4. Now, this conceptual framework provided in the previous slides, I would like to present the characteristics of the Salvadorian economy in comparison to the other economies that are part of the Council. Historically, growth has been low because El Salvador went through a very early deindustrialization. And here I'd like to mention one of the laws saying that the manufacturing industry was the main economic growth driver and productivity. Now, low growth is the result of the stagnation of that productivity and an issue of violence and criminality that also affects other countries, members of the Council. And so, based on examining the case of El Salvador, it is possibly to extract interesting conclusions that may be extrapolated to a certain extent to the other countries that suffer the same issue of violence in different orders of magnitude and that are members of the Council. I would also like to mention that the dollarization in a setting of free movement of capitals mean that we only have the tools of fiscal policy in order to correct market failings. And so we should mention that macroeconomic stability is achieved through prudent fiscal management, and as such, in 2017, Decree 533 was passed, which is a law on fiscal responsibility for the sustainability of public finances and social development. However, in the context of the pandemic, the escape clause was invoked, and currently the law of fiscal responsibility is still suspended. 20.9% is the average for the economy for 22, and in the absence of a monetary policy, one buffer of foreign shocks. And El Salvador has one of the highest tax burdens in the region. Most collections are based on indirect taxation, which is in line with a high degree of informality of the economy. The primary outcome observed is unable to stabilize debt, although in many cases it does lead to a result with a surplus, especially for the 2024-2029 period. The high proportion of family remittances in relation to GDP has made it impossible to improve the sovereign rating. Although there is empirical evidence that the countries with a high level of remittances in comparison to GDP do improve their sovereign rating. Now, using data of the last IMF report, it is highly probable that the GDP debt coefficient is 80 to 85% for the 2024-2029 period. And in the breakdown of the debt creating flows, interest rate is the main factor that contributes to increasing the public debt balance. And regarding fiscal vulnerability, if current policies are continued, it's expected that the economy will be very vulnerable for 2024-2029 and moving to extreme vulnerability. Now, how can we stabilize the debt to GDP ratio? How abstracting the impact of other flows and stock flow adjustments, debt grows when the difference between the real interest rate and economic growth is positive, and also when the primary fiscal result is in deficit. So here we have one possible course of action. First, to try and improve the country risk perception for the difference to come down. And so our secretariat, together with the executive secretary of the Monetary Council and the Central American Bank for Economic Integration in August 2023, took first steps to devise a regional strategy regarding the degree of investment in COSEFIN countries. And we should also list better economic growth. In that case, in November 2023, the Working Group on Fiscal Policy of COSEFIN met to analyze the determinant factors of long-term growth and the role of fiscal policy. It is necessary, of course, to increase revenues through progressive taxation and improving in VAT collection. We must make public spending more efficient, limiting current expenditure and promoting investment, private investment. And in order to reduce the debt to GDP ratio coefficient, the economy should grow around 3.6%, leading to a primary fiscal surplus of around 1%. And so, having said this, the debt to GDP ratio at the end of 2029 will be 78% with a fiscal vulnerability that's moderate. Now, how plausible are these assumptions? Growth of 3.6% during the 2024 through 2029 period is possible in the measure that the benefits of the territorial control plan should be transferred in the manner of a greater transformation to increase potential growth, which, as we know, is a fundamental restriction to the sustained increase in level of living and, of course, fiscal sustainability. But allow me to say that in the COSEFIN countries, this is coming down, and the causes for this drop is a low growth of the labor force, low contributions of the total productivity of factors, and marginal investment. Furthermore, to examine the possibility of having a surplus of 1%, a primary surplus of 1%, it is necessary to take a look at the data of a social accounting matrix built in 2019, and that comprises three elements: manufacturing, mining, agribusiness, and services. So here I would like to say that the agribusiness sector generates 7.7% of total added value and attributes 4.4% of that added value. mining and manufacturing generates 29.8% of aggregate value, and tax-based taxes for 26.8% of the aggregate value. And finally, services generate 62.6% of added value and pays tax on only 3.6% of the added value. So what we did here is using a restricted multiplier model for the social matrix, we applied a $1 million shock, and we saw that the services sector generates greater added value and manufacturing greater revenues for the government. And that same activity is intensive in the importation of intermediate goods. Services, as you can see here, generates government revenues similar to agribusiness.
Therefore, in conclusion and recommendations, in keeping with an initial scenario, the trajectory of the GDP debt coefficient has grown from 24 to 29, despite the fact that there are 4.4 percentage points of the GDP in primary surpluses. We can identify two major vulnerability periods from 24 to 27 and two extreme periods of vulnerability from 28 to 29 in order for the debt to show a dropping, declining trajectory. It's necessary to have 3.6% growth and to have a 1% primary surplus. If the economic growth rate were to come through and there would be a surplus, you would have to continue. If both situations were plausible, this would depend on the ability to continue implementing the territory control plan to boost investment and to have greater collection and greater efficiency in terms of public spending. It would be necessary to boost the VAT tax indicator and also to address the distortion in the service sector so that taxation would be in keeping with the added value that is generated there, and through better supervision and not by increasing the aliquot, which would not address the distortion. Many companies from the service sector are in the informal sector, so that it's necessary to make them formal so that they may enjoy better credit conditions, so that they may issue invoices for their transactions, so that they may gain access to programs that are aimed at SME development. And of course, as I just mentioned, in order to correct the distortion between what is actually collected from the service sector versus what said sector generates in terms of value added. That is what I wanted to share with you. And I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to speak. I don't know if I have met my time constraint. Thank you, Alfredo Flores. You have entirely met the time constraint, and thank you for your presentation, because you have referred to the concrete reality of the countries, and this is in keeping what we've heard from other speakers. Now I would like to give the floor to the following speaker, and I am honored to invite Ricardo Martinez to speak. He is a commissioner from the Independent Commission for the Reform of International Corporate Taxation. Go ahead, Mr. Martiner, you have the floor. Thank you, Madam Moderator. I would like to thank the organizers of this event, which has been very interesting. I wasn't here yesterday, but thanks to the YouTube channel, which didn't exist during my heyday, I was able to follow the deliberations. And I am the last speaker here, so allow me to refer to some of the topics that were discussed. during this session. There was a plethora of interesting topics. Allow me to begin by remarking upon what Ariel said the first day, and I'm referring to sustainability. Sustainability has also been an issue we've been talking about for 30 years now at the seminar. We started talking about sustainability back in the 90s, as you'll recall, and it was very important. And I don't know if it's a good news that we're talking about this again, but nonetheless, it's always been present. And this is a fiscal policy seminar, so of course, sustainability must be addressed. We have always begun with sustainability indicators, as we heard here. We heard from El Salvador, and back in the time, we talked about the tax gap. In other words, the gap between tax revenue. And I think that speaks to the lack of sustainability. I think that's a very interesting way to view sustainability and is very closely tied to insufficiencies with regard to tax revenue and collection in our Latin American countries. Also, it's very important, and Sanjeev also mentioned that. By the way, special greetings to Sanjeev, because he was the main driver of the seminar during the 15 years that he was in charge of the fiscal department at the IMF, and he mentioned that fiscal arrangements somehow, or to a certain extent, have reduced this crisis of sustainability. Now, allow me to pick up on this concept of macro fiscal arrangements in Chile and Colombia, for example. The representative of Colombia referred to that. This is, to a certain extent, has aided in preventing these brutal fiscal adjustments, and as we saw in the previous decades. Now, with regard to early warning indicators, which are we developed many of those at ECLAC during a certain period, specifically and related to what Sanjeev says, in order to take certain variables in order to assess the fiscal vulnerability of the times. Now, all of this has created a situation in which, in the end, and especially with regard to the short-term macroeconomic frameworks, we have seen that these were the main finance ministry's instrument from the region. And that is a primordial aspect related to sustainability. I don't know if the other objectives, when the other objectives were ignored, but this created a scenario in which there was stability with regard to sustainability, but as they say in Colombia, with a bit of a fiscal laziness, because the other part was forgotten, the reallocation, redistribution, for example. So in recent years, we have been facing a situation of debt stability. The debt has grown, but nothing when compared to the past. And at the same time, we have seen limited capacity to bring about reform in the tax sector. Another way of looking at this, perhaps less sophisticated, is to say, we don't have any money. I don't know if you've heard that. There's no money. You've heard that expression lately. And this implies that some of the countries are conducting major adjustment processes, quite abrupt cinching of the financial fiscal belt. And so we continue to have this sustainability issue in some of the countries simply because of inflation issues. We know that sustainability is increasingly more tied to inflation now than it was in the past. And this results in a variety of different situations throughout the region. That's clear. Now, I'm wondering, if there were any fiscal space, what would we do with that fiscal space? Now, it's clear at this summit that we have talked a great deal about the importance of public investment, for example, and there is something that is worth mentioning or reflecting upon with regard to one of the colleagues mentioned in terms of the dissipation, I guess you could say, of public resources, and how a lack of public investment in recent years has created a situation in which the institutional arrangements for investment management have been significantly affected. If we don't have investment, we don't have enough staff members to manage said investment appropriately. So what has occurred. Often we see there have been capital transfers to agencies or institutions or NGOs, what have you, so that they may address said investment. For example, in Chile, I'm thinking of the case in Chile when many of the funds were transferred to many of the organizations under an agreement, and those institutions do not have the capacity to execute, for example, the social housing program, and that resulted in some gaps that some people tend to associate with corruption, but it's related to a lack of institutional capacity. And in some countries, we've seen this, that the lack of public investment has resulted in this. Allow me to comment on how it's clear that fiscal space is related to fiscal reform, tax reform. That's the way it needs to be. The infamous fiscal compact that we've heard a great deal about here, and better investment management is also an issue that has not been addressed all that much within the realm of fiscal specialists, but I still think it's very important. For example, there was mention of tax administration management and tax spending management. There are some unique attributes there. Now, just let me briefly refer to taxation. I think here there has been a great discussion revolving around this. And there's one aspect that I think is crucial, that is borderline in terms of international taxation and domestic taxation, specifically if we're talking about personal tax, income tax. And we see that the income mobility is something that is crucial with regard to taxation administration. Damian referred to building capacity, administrative capacity for reforms, but I think perhaps what is more marked in terms of these early reforms are the progressive reforms. It's not so clear what the trend is, but I think there has been a significant trend towards bringing about greater progressiveness. We're going back to the 70s when there was a more progressive approach to tax administration. And this is related to what Jose Antonio mentioned in terms of international taxation as a key component of what would be collected in our countries, because this is new, but also related to the message that one is sending. That is, you need to pay taxes in your country because you'll be charged elsewhere. So this vision of the tax haven needs to be something of the past. And the final point, Brazil is an impressive example of the various reforms that have taken place and are on the fore. And we need, do we need tax reforms that raise the tax rates? Not necessarily. What we need are resources for the state. So it's very interesting to see what Colombia and Chile have done in terms of having specific taxes or royalties for the resources sector. In Chile, for example, with the new law, they're expecting to see an increase in 0.5% of the GDP to be managed in a decentralized fashion. This is thanks to copper and lithium royalties, but especially copper royalties. So it's interesting to see these special taxes and tax collection methods, which are very important for the region. And then finally, Danielle showed a graph showcasing how we haven't made much progress in one area. For example, there was an assessment conducted on income tax, and that was quite impressive. We see that with regard to tax reforms, there's not much available there. But as far as the fiscal compact is concerned, in the Chilean case, where they're expecting 1.5 points of the GDP to be added by way of preventing tax evasion. Now, if we were to address half of the evasion, we would have more capacity to manage our tax system. how can we address that? Well, we'll see how they're going to address that. We'll see. Maybe it's primarily by having more robust tax administrations and issuing standards and regulations for aggressive taxation. This is something that has been discussed broadly in the region. In the end, it tends to lose its wind, if you will, in the parliaments. And this is something, though, that needs to be picked up again as one of the key components, not of policy reform, but of tax administration reform. As already mentioned, this is something that in the future could turn out quite well. And thank you. I'm the last to speak, so thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Madner, as usual, giving us the mix of economic history, concept, and ideas for the future, and also bringing a fundamental issue to the discussion, the how to overcome these challenges. Well, we are doing all right with time, but I do believe that we have time for a couple of questions, comments by the public, the audience, and if anyone would like to take the floor based on what is said in this segment 6, please share your name. Julio. I'm an apprentice at the Division of Sustainable Development. I have a master's in La Sorbonne, Paris, and I have a question for Professor Ocampo regarding the instruments he mentioned. The question is, if you also consider fiscalization of financial capital, or is this being discussed at international organizations such as the OECD? Thank you. I thank you for your question. Maybe we could take a round of questions. Is there any further question? Well, let's hand over to Professor Ocampo. If you refer to the so-called toll tax, it's in no one's agenda right now. In fact, I would say that in our discussion on financial regulation, the flow of international capital, there was an agreement between the IMF regarding the management of regulation to capital flows. But this was rectified, if I remember correctly, 2010 or 2011, and was now recently ratified. So in some cases, there were regulations, such as Chile had at some point, Colombia, basically external financing, or putting far more limitations on derivatives, but not taxes, like Brazil had. Capital inflows, it was the only capital in Latin America, and I think maybe even worldwide, but that's really not on the agenda. Thank you. Well, understanding that there are no further comments from the audience or questions, I would like to once again thank our distinguished panelists, Professor Jose Antonio Campo, thank you very much. Isaac Dewan, thank you very much. Sanjeev Gupta, it was a pleasure hearing you. And also, I thank Mr. Alfredo Flores Aria for sharing the case of El Salvador. And lastly, I'd like to thank Mr. Ricardo Martin for his remarks. And so, session 6 on fiscal space and debt sustainability, and hand over to Danielle for the closing of the seminar. Well, thank you, Camilla. After 2.5 long, very intense days, we've come to the end of this 36th regional seminar on fiscal policy and still discussing. So I congratulate everyone. And we congratulate each other. Well, first of all, I would like to thank and begin by thanking our partner for so many years, Spanish Cooperation, for their support and the fiscal authorities and activities that we carry out at ECLAC, Spanish Cooperation. And also, I would like to thank international agencies that have accompanied this seminar, as well as on many other occasions, the IDB and the OECD, IMF, who have all been present at this seminar and historically many others. I will not try to sum up everything that was said here, because otherwise we would have to stay here for another 2 hours, so I will not even attempt to do that. But I would like to highlight 2 or 3 topics that I believe to be essential. First, the meeting of Monday morning at Petnac within the framework of the fiscal seminar, which I believe is a very important event that hopefully will repeat itself and part of the ceremony of the fiscal seminar with the ministers of finance and the region, because we believe that this initiative is very important. There are 3 working groups and soon a 4th on digital taxation. But we're taking a look at the same topics that have been coming up in our discussions in order to incorporate the technicians from the ministries of finance. And so we believe that this is a very relevant initiative. And I did want to highlight that in our periphery with fiscal seminars, we are holding the seminar. Chile has taken on the temporary secretariat for this, and we're hoping for the next fiscal seminar, we will have work proposals to share at the seminar. I believe that so many topics have been mentioned. I would like to highlight one, and I don't know if it's an institutional bias or not, but I think that there is a certain agreement on the need to begin thinking of how to strengthen the fiscal space in the region. And for fiscal policy, this is essential. And it's important because it emphasizes not only the consolidation of spending, but how to enhance revenues. And there were so many sessions where the issue of revenues or income was discussed. It's been constantly on the table. And I would try to sum up in terms of what was discussed was growth, 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 plus tax reforms, plus tax administration in order to address the different scenarios. And I think that is it. We need to grow to improve revenues, but we need reforms as well. And so the issue of tax administration, which we need to strengthen what is being done. Also, we had a session on spending, public spending. This was very relevant and even very significant dilemma placed on the table. We must improve fiscal space, but there are fiscal restrictions, yes, and we will have to make decisions as to how to prioritize spending, investment. All of these things must be put back on the table, and they're very relevant. And as we were saying, without investment, there is no paradise, but this will also be a core issue. Fiscal policy, climate change, and growth. We believe that public investment, although it must be a public as well as private effort, it will play a key role. And so fiscal space will have to be strengthened. Another topic was how the interest rate hikes, and this came up several times, are limiting fiscal capacity and leading to an allocation. I don't know how to describe it, but not exactly what you're expecting in terms of investment and in our countries, and in each time greater share of our spending. And so we believe that there too there's a core issue. And several topics came up. One, that this must be seen not only as a domestic policy effort, but also based on international tax cooperation. So the globalization we're seeing today, although you could think that fiscal policy is national and what happens globally is very important because it generates, expands, or reduces fiscal space in order to move ahead, either to reduce evasion and avoidance or by improving taxation. But we must do this with a regional approach. A lot of these forums speak of tax cooperation and a significant economic presence, the rates, the minimums, the floors, the ceilings, and this sort of seminar and the agencies represented here must try and build the approach for the region to have a greater influence on this sort of debate, because national efforts could be enhanced or limited. And that is what we're seeing in terms of tax cooperation at international level. And that too came across quite strongly. And constant topics that have to do with social payments, the labor market. These are non-trivial topics. And we need to universalize social protection. These things are very important, and they come into the part of the discussion that we had yesterday on spending. I hope not to have ignored anything that was really important, but if so, we will consider them in the next. And to conclude, and those of you who would like to go and look at the snowed Andes, which is not that common in Santiago, I must thank the team at ECLAC who have actually managed to get it to snow. Yes. So we're hoping to accompany you, those who would like to climb to the outlook point in the tower. So I would not like to end without thanking all ECLAC colleagues who've made an effort to hold this seminar. And that, of course, the directors who have been with us moderating sessions, the unit of conferences that have supported us to use the meeting room, the interpreters, and the technology. Here, as well as the Celso Furtado room for the Pentalac meeting. Interpreters, the publications division that despite our delays, they arrived with all the materials printed and translated into English. And of course, all my colleagues at the Division of Economic Development and who have taken part and exceptionally, and so such a lot of it, very intense. I would like to thank Noel Perez Benitez, who is the head of the Unit of Fiscal Affairs, Michael Honey, economist from the Unit of Fiscal Affairs, Ambon Gonzalez, who has also seen fiscal matters, Patricia Wem, who's also been collaborating, Elisa Daneda, Mariana Gonzalez, taking the pictures and uploading things, Tanya Ulloa and Sol Echeverri, who have made it possible to hold this seminar. A big round of applause. And so we close the 36th regional seminar. I hope you have a safe trip home. And given climate change in Santiago, if you would like to see on this rare occasion of snow on the Andes, you accompany us later on. One last announcement for those of you who will be taking part in the PITLAC working group meeting at 3 p.m. It's in the Enrique Iglesias room, which is downstairs on the way to the cafeteria, where you have the expending machines. That is where the Enrique Iglesias Hall is, and we see you there at 3 p.m. Thank you.
quienes quieran subir a ver la cordillera, al techo, la salida más rápida es allá al fondo, justo donde está Carlos. Ahí, Carlos nos pone el ejemplo. Por ahí hay una rampa que sube y denle hasta arriba.